D and the P gang, cops and robbers, cat and mice. Every day, better protect your neck, boy. It's serious out there.
Ori, the beat data.
On the highway, lost, took a nigga 12 racks. 12 racks. Still tripping on how they just went straight to them 12s in the back. Nigga still tripping on that. But the east side nigga bounced back and I didn't even get no front. Had to wing it. The next time they seen V, no, I had the iced out fronts. Princess cuts. On the DUI, burning rubbers in the cool nut. Cool nut. Leaving the reggae fest. I was just to go bust me a cool nut. Had to drop that and hop in the Jag with the matching rims. Had a small circle, make attack nation. The only time I matched was with them. Hit the corner store for the swishers. I need the whole carton. A couple of puffs, make my flow clean, like workers at the Carlton. Riding around with a babe named Jade, she had more contacts. Yeah, she keep the green on her like Jade in Mortal Kombat. We was bumping Jade, it played in a Monte Carlo that's black. But today I'm just gonna relax off cognac and smoothing wine black. Yeah, today I'm just gonna relax, man. There been a lot of shit going on. I don't know what the fuck going on. Trap shut down. I'm just switch my shit all the way up. Niggas coming through taking pictures and shit. Now I got a bitch with 5 pussy. All you need is 9 pumps. Got a plug at Tinker. Yeah, he's selling me nines and pumps. Got a scam at Sam's. You can eat good for 9 months. Run a game on your man, she gon' make the kill, but she don't need 9 months. Nah, I gotta stay on the paper like when you're writing cursive. Yelling at a bitch, my top let down and said to hurt me cursing. Yes, I'm all about the ends. You can call me Jerome Curse, man. To my face, I done took more L's than the curse man. Got a hoe named Wendy. She from the city that's windy. I took her to Wendy's. She bought me pennies from JC Pennies. Her last boyfriend named JC. He made pennies. Now he had a good job for the government somewhere, really making pennies. Now he had a good job, but he called her phone, talking like he don't believe it's over. Nah, she said, I would believe you if you would bring me a 4-leaf clover. Dang, I got her more wet, we sipping more wet by the barrel. She got me more wet, drink, boy, glass and girl. I do my thing. Hop in her coupe, let's swing. Hit Bobo late night, I'm the type to order all the chicken wings.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy V Note the Most. Shout out to the people like the homie Smoke. What's up to all my strictly ghetto engines out here in this big engine country? Shout out to Hawk School. Man, glad to be in a small room build today for this Mossy Maroon American build. Yeah, I'm shooting shots. I'm really thinking about saying, should I say Mortal or should I say something else instead of the Mossy? Major. You know what I'm saying? What's up, though? Been a long time since I did one of these builds. I think the last build that I did like this was on the Straits of Magellan. But you know what I'm saying? Before I was even gonna do this build, man, I had ended up seeing this dude live. And this dude had my name on his, not my name, but my picture on his thumbnail again. I thought we was past that, but I see that we ain't past it. And that's what I'm talking about. The Mossy Warrior Clan. I don't even know what that mean. Them niggas don't even know what that mean. I ain't never heard them niggas say it. Niggas ain't never put it on. Niggas never said nothing. But look at this. So look at this right here. Got me in the thumbnail. With the Mount Rushmores, you know what I'm saying? And he put me in the middle, like he trying to line me up. He put me in the middle like he trying to line me up. So what he got? What it say? It say Free Smoke, Will, Tariq Nasheed, Dane Calloway, Aboriginal Power, Legendary Cats. Nigga didn't add me, but a nigga still put me in the thumbnail and put me in the middle like he gonna line me up. Show up. So what happened when I show up? This what happened when I show up. Watch this.
This is mine. No,
Oh, okay.
absolutely.
Oh, this
I
your
have
power.
no.
Got you.
So for one,
In the bag for a second.
Yeah, man. This tough. But oh my God, I understand what everybody's saying. Mac, I feel you. This is wow. But just about Sean
so
P
for
pulling that
one,
up.
he got
I
me
mean, just
blocked.
one off the top of the head. Priscilla, she was a captured African. She was shipped. We have her ship and everything
So
as
he got me
well.
blocked at Vino
I mean, but
Tomo.
not for nothing. I really don't feel like going to the computer for absolutely. Abo, for real. Oh man, it's too much
He got me
documentation.
blocked. You can't even see what I just typed in.
I'm not going to give him all of this,
So
but I just want to show something real quick. This is the classification system in the Americas. Spanish. If I need to make it bigger, I can make it bigger. God damn. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is the shit. Right here, Mac. I mean, not Mac, but absolutely. This is their shit right here. This is the caste system. See, I ain't gonna play no games with you, bro. Caste system. This was the caste system. In colonial Mexico, the caste system was a rigid social racial classification imposed by Spanish colonial rule designed to maintain a hierarchy based on ancestry. This is from this system intricately categorized individuals based on their racial makeup, profoundly influencing their social status, rights, and opportunities. So you finna tell.
You know what I'm saying? Bro, I can't even come in and comment. Can't come in and defend myself. Can't come in because the nigga talking crazy within the live, bringing my name up, saying a little crazy shit. So let's see what happens if I try to hit the link, because I already tried to hit the link and the nigga wouldn't let me up. So let's see what happens when I try to hit the link. So I'm going to try to hit the link. Have problems with my billing. Yeah, I ain't doing that. Okay. Let me see.
The Spanish conquerors used their large plantations to force labor among African and Indian slaves.
So I'm gonna see
somewhere along the lines, the Spanish became the intermediary and discriminated against these laborers, which in turn created a new class system.
So I'm pretty see if
destroyed the native cultures. The social class system of Latin America goes as follows: from the most powerful to the fewest people, to those with the least amount of power to the most people.
Show up.
They kept a caste system.
I'm trying to see what's up.
You didn't know that. I understand that. Those with higher class made the most material goods, etc. Every source, everything on the screen has a source. I don't need to make anything up.
This is Buster activity right
here. There can't be white slaves owned by blacks in the Americas when the caste system comes from the white people.
And the nigga don't wanna holler at me when I pop up.
There's no black people here in the Americas or a caste system. The Native Americans didn't even have a caste system. That's where you die at. I ain't even gotta argue this shit no more.
So I'm gonna
Al Del Tato. Come on, man. In Comida. I'll keep messing his name up. In Comida.
And if you don't, I'm just gonna.
This was a system. This comes from the Spanish crown. You can't keep saying that what you're saying, bro. The caste, this kill you. You dead to right.
Okay, so right now they getting
dead to right.
But God, what's an income deal? Do you know where they got them
Absolutely.
from? You just killed yourself again with your damn choice.
No, I didn't kill.
Do you know where they came from? Income deals.
Yes, I do. I defined it earlier on in this presentation. Do you want me to go back and show you the definition? The system comes from the Spanish. There's no indigenous. There's no.
I tried to go over there and go get at them, but it ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. I really wasn't even tripping on going over there. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said, I was gonna go on and do this little build tonight, but I ended up seeing that he was live, and then I see that he had my face in the thumbnail. So then I want to also bring up this situation right here with
that follow what the research is way out the window. It's click YouTube. He said.
Okay, so this book right here that we first to dive into, or this little bill right here, what we first to dive into. This is the truth historian right here. You know what I'm saying? This is the truth historian right here. And what he doing right now is he basically dogging his OG teachers and saying that, you know, because, you know, but they thought that black people was here before white people, and they basically lightweight coming with the same argument that we coming with, but because they bringing up the Atlantis, and they saying that the black people got here through Atlantis, kind of like walked over her through the land or whatever, and I guess it was land Atlantis, and they walked over here like the Bering Strait, and that's why it's black people over here within the beginning before Christopher Columbus and them come or whatever, something like that, and he trying to say that, well, because this book was written in 1882, and this other white dude named Weiner or something like that is taken from the book, and it's saying that, well, this is where they getting in America that black people was in America before white people. This is where it's all starting from. This is where Adam Van Sertelman and all these other the black scholars that were first putting it out there, and all the other white people that was first putting it out there within the Americas and stuff like that. You know, that is basically pseudo, that is coming from them. And it's crazy that he said that. And another reason that I had came up, because you're going to hear me on here kind of going back and forth with him, is because he had brought up Sir Francis Drake. And as you know, with Sir Francis, well, not Sir Francis Drake, but he had brought up he had brought up Peter Martyr, and was talking about, you know, the Balboa where they found Negroes, and was saying that you know, he was saying something about that. So I kind of want to dive into that, but I had pulled up to the show, and you're gonna hear me kind of holler at him a little bit.
One more time. Okay. All right. How do I scroll down the page down? Now I played myself. Okay, now I gotta make it small so y'all can scroll down and see the whole page. Well, I'm gonna read it. Y'all just gotta trust I ain't making it up. All right. So this is with him talking about the motivations for doing that. Okay. Now he goes and talk about Congo and those fossils in Africa. All great stuff. Okay. So what academia could play the role, perhaps the chief. I mess with the page. As regards the title Africa's Gift to America is fitting to recall also that Africa played a role, perhaps the chief role, in the earliest development of America, a period that antedates Columbus by many centuries, namely Aztec, Maya, and Inca civilizations. About 500 AD or earlier, Africans sailed over to America and continued to do so until the time of Columbus. This does not call for any particular stretch of the imagination. Africa is only 16, how many times have you heard this? 1,600 miles distant from South America. This also wasn't a great feat, as the Polynesians, also a Negroid people, the Polynesians, read sex and race, also a Negroid people who crossed the Pacific to Easter Island off the coast of Chile. Okay. And then he goes on to talk about some stuff. Most United States archaeologists will deny that Negroes could possibly have been here before Columbus.
And that's the same thing that we're saying
at that time.
That's what
Even
OG
though
saying.
figures
Back in the 1930s.
pronounced features lookership appear on the most ancient American monuments. You can't see that Negro nose. They say that the American Indian is of Mongolian stock. How many times have you heard that? Those ain't dumb. Having come by way of the Bering Strait. How many times do they deny the Bering Strait? This might be the true of the North American Indians. See, they might have did that, but that ain't us. But it certainly is not of those that lived below the Rio Grande. If we say that the Negro wasn't here before Columbus, why the typically Negro faces on the monuments? Lookership, foundational from the God. Deny that they were here, and the only explanation left is that American artists before Columbus dreamed up those features, which is what happened because they looked like that. That doesn't make them African, dear teacher. Don't worry. I know you're here for Atlantis. Yes, one must either deny it or be forced to make an explanation as ridiculous as that made. Let me go slow with this so you niggas can hear this. Let me see the chat. First of all, y'all didn't tell me to do that, so at least I can make it bigger. So that's y'all fault. But before I read that chapter, y'all see that chapter right there that say if. Some of you start, oh Wale, I was looking for you, brother.
So Wale the OG, let me go on and fast forward through this part. Because he kind of
must either deny it or be forced to make an explanation as ridiculous as they made by Ignatius Donnelly in his book Atlantis, published in 1882. Donnelly's theory was that the New World was peopled from the western part of the Old, and in proof gives pictures of Negroes on the ancient monuments. He calls these idols, but to square with the doctrine of Negro inferiority, he says that these blacks were slaves bought from Africa, since Negroes are not a seafaring race. If the blacks were idols, the only conclusion left is that ancient Americans worshipped their slaves. He embraces the story once again over here when Colonel Brahim says in The Shadow of Atlantis that he saw in Ecuador a statuette of a Negro that is at least 20,000 years old. Hitherto, the ethnologists imagined that Negroes appeared in the New World only during our own epic of slaves. Some statues of the Indian
You know,
gods of
make it so
Central
crazy.
America
I'm gonna go in
possess
on Ecuador tonight.
typical Negro features.
Yeah, who else got the features?
Anybody catching this?
They just want to deny the features.
Let me help you out. So, if we go to Mr. Donnelly's work from 1882, oh, I know you don't believe me, but let me scroll to the top so you can see it. The book about Atlantis and the Negroes. I highlighted Negroes for you, but let me scroll up to the top so you can see this is the book from 1882. As you can see, The Antediluvian World, author Ignatius Donnelly. Okay. And then we can go and see the Project Gutenberg, where I got it from. But I'm going to do this. This is all the legal disclaimers. Okay. You can see the title of the book, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World.
Man, I ain't even tripping on the Atlantis, but I'm trying to see his deal, though.
1882. Let's type. Oh, let's go back up. I typed it here. Let's search for Negro. Let's see the evidence. It may sound familiar to some. Ancient Indian pipe, New Jersey. Recent Portuguese travelers have found the most remote tribes of savage Negroes in Africa holding no commercial intercourse with Europeans with these strange pipes. Those are those pipes. Y'all heard the pipe thing before? I'm not going to read the whole thing. Well, how did the pipes end up on both sides is what they asked. 1882. Okay. It is now conceded by scholars that the genealogical table given in the Bible, remember I said the Bible references that J.A. even pointed out, is not intended to include the true Negro races or the Chinese, the Japanese, the Finns, or the Laps, the Australians, or the American red men. They did not call them black men. They call them red men. It refers altogether to the Mediterranean races, the Aryans, the Cushites, the Phoenicians, the Hebrews, and the Egyptians. The sons of Ham were not true Negroes, says the author of Atlantis, who J.A. quoted as evidence for pre-Columbian existence. Atlantis, people walking to America. But the dark brown races. Go on, Mr. Donnelly. A writing of Popular Science 1881 points out the fact that there is an absolute identity between the folklore. What about the African folklore? You trying to say that's not Native American? Of the Negroes on the plantations of the South and the myths and stories of the certain tribes of Indians in South America. When did the Negro, the North American Indian, come in contact with the tribes of South America? Now we're talking about customs. This is 1882, who J.A. Rogers quoted, "It's because of Atlantis that this stop laughing that this happened." How about those Negro idols that then become the Olmecan heads? Here we are in 1882 talking about them. Here goes the typical hair of wool regarded as Negroes. And the source, this is 1882. The face is strongly Ethiopian. Thought they were West African. What's going on? The face is, of course, unmistakably Negroid, as the Negroes have never been a seagoing race. Who said that? J.A. Rogers, you saw it verbatim in the other book. Where did he get his ideas from? Donnelly and the book Atlantis. You see the... Let me go, because you niggas is slow.
And this supposed to be his OG
Here we
at
go
first.
from J.A.'s book. And he talks about this, and he says about, is this the one that was the paragraph before, the seafaring people? Where is all of this? In his book and blah 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 blah. Proof gives
Say
the
that
ancient he
they got
calls
all their
idols or
games from
slaves
this
or
little
way of
book right
idols.
here, or
Where's
from
the
this,
seafaring?
or from these people. And that's why we
Here's the
speaking like
monuments
this.
part, deny the monuments.
If it wasn't for these
on the
people
other
right here, we
page.
wouldn't be speaking like this. If we
Africa,
trying to say.
America, Aztec, Mayans, essentially. Where is that shit? I know we read that shit somewhere just now. Don't make me sit here and read the shit over again. Anywho, you see him quoting Donnelly in Atlantis. That's for damn sure. Was that the new world was peopled by the parts of the old world? Proved pictures of Atlantis. Of ancient monuments. He called them idols and all of that. So it's people in this way, and they're talking about people. I think very ancient Negroes occupied territory in Mexico. This is Marquez. Is this the one yet where he talks about they don't walk over here? Oh, yeah, by the way, y'all, here's the Peter Martyr thing that they like to use. We'll get back to that other one in a second. Columbus in his third voyage tells of seeing Negroes, and Balboa discovered the Pacific Ocean in 1513. He found Negroes in Panama. Peter Martyr, historian of the expedition, says these were the first Negroes seen in the Indies. Balboa found them at war with the Indians and thought they had sailed over from Ethiopia. Thought they were West Africa. Like, where's this? See the mixy against mixy? Thought they was Mali niggas and what? See how it has to change? Where'd they get it from? I've showed you this numerous times. The reason that this gives validity in Black America is because some crazy white man from Harvard said it. His name, who J.A. Rogers has in his book, is Leo Weiner up here. Once again, the Negroes were here before Columbus was the late Leo Weiner, professor of philosophy at Harvard University. This is what gives validation to Black people saying that there was a presence before Columbus. A crazy white man named Leo Weiner, who J.A. Rogers.
I don't know nothing about J.A. Rogers.
And unfortunately, didn't I show you? I thought I showed y'all Carter G. Woodson mentioned along with Arturo Schomburg.
I don't know nothing about J.A.
Carter G.
Rogers.
Woodson talked about Weiner too. Some crazy white man is the reason Negroes in 2025 walking around obsessed with coming before Columbus. Pause. As well as this connection to Atlantis. Atlantis, my nigga? Atlantis? I don't think y'all understand what's going on, son. I really don't. Hold on. Atlantis, y'all, come on. Let me do this slow for you. Hold on. Atlantis. Once again. I was not going to go to the page.
So this, like I say, his angle is that a notable exception to the United States archaeologists and their denial that Negroes were here before Columbus was the late Leo Weiner, professor in philology at Harvard University. So he's saying that because Ivan Van Sertima and all them other Black people that we were seeing that do J.A. Rogers and John Henry Clark and I guess every other Black person, that they got all that from this book right here. They got all that from this book right here. Now let me fast forward to the part where I pull it up.
great question. I would do that to see people at home.
Yeah, right.
The dude at Harvard made it so, right? And so they run
It got
around.
right. Why you would do that, though? It's already peculiarly funny to me, but
Okay, I would do that because of this. That is a great question. I would do that to show the people at home that this is where the stuff comes from, and it got validity people at home because some Harvard professor made it so, right? And so they run around. And the dude at Harvard said this.
Oh, okay.
And the black community ran with it because it was at a time in history back then where they were looking for accreditation, and because they were getting poo-pooed on. Remember the same thing that J.A. went through later with the 1960s? Well, in the 1920s and whatever, they were getting attributed, obviously. Black, come back on my
it's crazy.
No.
1917.
I wasn't going to 2 seconds. So just see it.
So you paid, I guess it was kind of like a scholarship.
So what happens
so you said,
yeah.
Okay, so you're saying in 1922 is that he was getting paid. I guess it was kind of like a scholarship over some money out there for them to be able to do research, and he just made that up.
Who? What are you talking about? Who?
I thought you said that it was some type of grant going on for like people was doing research about black people in America.
No, I didn't say that in 1920s.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
The Negroes often forced to feel. Hold on, I'm gonna get you what I'm talking about, Wale.
That was Du Bois with the research funds too during that time. Okay, I mean,
I know up to
with
Tucker, another.
What? I mean, like what you trying to say is that, but this white dude was the first dude to ever say that black people was in America before Columbus.
Who? What white dude?
Wiener.
No, I just showed you somebody in 1882 saying the Atlanteans bought them here by ships, possibly as slaves. I just showed you.
Okay, but that don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. You know, but that really don't stop.
I showed you someone prior to Leo Wiener talking about African presence, and it was the Atlantis.
Yeah, but you know, that's still just because they trying to prove on how they got here, don't mean that black people wasn't here, because probably what they trying to prove ain't right.
I don't know what you're talking about. What does that mean?
Because you're saying that the only reason that black people over here supposedly from their story is because they saying because the Atlanta story, right?
I said that was in the book from 1882.
Yep, and you saying that that's the reason why black people today in 2025, that's where supposedly when people first started saying this, and I guess the people a long time ago got it from that person. Is that what you're saying?
The people a long time ago got it from that person?
I'm talking about like the people that you was talking about as far as Vertiman, Sertiman, and all them other people you was talking about in the beginning.
Evan Van Sertima said he was at a dinner and he saw Leo Wiener's book on the shelf, and he opened it up years later or something like that, and that began his search. So in the case of Van Sertima says it. Are you aware of that?
No, I ain't aware of that, but I'm just trying to get that official with you. From what you're saying is basically that the Wiener dude is the root of all this, right?
No, you have to go slow and listen. It's because we're talking about Van Sertima since you mentioned him. Van Sertima said himself that this journey began with Leo Wiener and him coming across a book. So to then ask me, was Leo Wiener responsible for this? That should answer your question. With Van Sertima's path started with Leo Wiener.
Okay, and you saying that Leon Wiener is the first American to ever put this out, right?
Okay, number one, Leo Wiener was not American. Number two, I showed you a book from 1882 written by an American that talked about Atlantis and Atlantis being a time when black folks was brought here or came here.
Okay, and that's where Wiener supposedly got it from the dude from 1882. Okay.
No,
All right.
that's not correct either.
Oh, that's not correct. Oh, okay.
No.
So why bring up the 1882?
I was talking about Atlantis. It's in the title of the video.
Right, and you trying to say basically is because you trying to link the Atlantis with saying, okay, yeah, that's the reason. That's so-called why they say that's why they trying to prove that black people was over here because of Atlantis, but then also saying that in 1882 was the first time that I guess white people were saying that the black people was here before Columbus.
No.
So what are you trying to say with this?
Did you watch the video?
I mean, I've been in and out, but but the main thing from what it seemed like what you were trying to say was that black people wasn't over here, and the reason that black people is believing that black people was over here before Columbus is because these people was putting these certain messages out here.
Some of them, yes. Yes, I do agree with that. Some of them, yes. Once again, I named a slew of them besides Wiener.
And I was just trying to get to your earliest.
Right. Well, the earliest doesn't matter. I'll start with, I have a litany and slew of them in the modern era. Let's start from 1882 even.
Okay, so the 1882, that's your root?
No, that's where I'm starting with for sake of where this sounds, see where this conversation is going.
Oh, okay, my bad. All right, I'm sitting back.
Wow. So you were in and out, but you have questions about things you have never heard before or had any idea about, in the search for clarity, which is fair.
Well, I had the question because you brought up the Peter Martyr, and you were saying that I guess because whoever that was connected to the Peter Martyr, that's where I don't know. I kind of left. I mean, I kind of got messed up right there, whatever, with the connection.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
that's why I popped up.
But to be honest, I'm gonna go slow. But that's not surprising because that's the thing that you would grab onto, because this isn't the first time that I know where you want to go. So you want to then have a discussion about Peter Martyr and go there. And you've done this on a number of channels. You've done this a number of times. And you want to walk down that way with Peter Martyr and the story for what greater point? For you to then, are you going to validate Atlantis through the Peter Martyr story that you're going to say again?
Nah, I was just trying to get your angle with this Peter Martyr, what you was talking about.
You've talked about Peter Martyr with me and others.
I was just talking about today, though.
15 times. Yeah, but talking about it over and over again is something that's your hamster wheel.
I thought you was putting the Wiener dude or the 1882 or whoever these people that you hyping up. I guess you're saying that that's the reason, but then you also put in the Peter Martyr also. So I was trying to see where you were trying to get with that.
Right, because your obsession, once again, is Peter Martyr, because on a number of panels, on a number of different channels, you go into a spiel about Peter Martyr. Do you understand people are aware of that?
Yeah, so why are you saying that it's fake?
Excuse me, what?
So why are you saying that it's not true if people is aware of it?
Why am I saying what's not true?
What Peter Martyr said.
Once again, I'm sorry, Deb, I didn't see you there. I'm not going to talk about Peter Martyr. It has nothing to do with the greater.
I thought you brought him up earlier. My bad.
Once again, because of your obsession with Peter Martyr, which has been documented on numerous YouTube channels. Do you understand that's what's going on? This is just another episode.
I am. I'm tapped in.
Okay. Are you okay?
I'm just trying to catch up.
Well, yeah. Hey, Dev, what's going on, buddy?
Nah, I was trying to see where they was fucking going. They said you was just
Dev,
trying to hype up
ask
white
the
dudes.
chat. Yo, T-chat. Remember the people who was early, and I told y'all, chat. Then I tell y'all what's going to happen. Even my man Gullah missed it, Dev.
Don't pop out and put your evidence down. Shit.
Evidence? I put it on. Who, me?
Not you.
Oh.
They know who I'm talking about.
Dev, you gonna make
y'all
us
up on the panel
tomorrow again?
Yeah, man, I'm doing a video later on today. I'm already getting ready, but I've seen him going live and doing that.
Everybody know you doing a video?
Nah, I'm saying it because I can saying it. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Why you up here asking questions?
Put that in the chat.
I know, yeah, but I'm gonna do it. But I'm gonna do it how I want to do it. I know you got suggestions though.
So you're gonna do a video about Peter Martyr today?
Nah, this about the original Maroons in America.
What about the original Maroons in America? Are you gonna do the video? Is it a secret or something you could talk about?
Nah, ain't no secret. But you know, I was just gonna put it on my channel as far as all the little bills or whatever. But just kind of showing that it's the story just kind of was skeptical on how they say that the so-called first people got here, but that's kind of what the build is on.
Wait, I thought it was on the Maroons.
Yeah, the Maroons.
The story.
Yeah, the Maroons. The Maroons are the original black people that was over here that got mislabeled by the Europeans.
The Maroons were the original black. Where were the Maroons?
And for sure in Central South America, and in the islands too.
America?
And then the islands too. And I'm also give it up to Florida, but I really ain't doing that build on that. I'm just kind of staying in the Central America today. But I'm gonna drop them bills later though.
And tell us about who was some of the Maroons? Give us some names.
Well, I know you definitely know about the people in Panama that was found. And then
who are they? We mean the people in Panama.
The black people that was found in Panama.
Do they have a name or they just called Maroons?
Yeah, they just call Maroons. Some of them got names though, but not in that first little batch. But whenever they found Cartagena and whenever they started some other little settlements out there, and like the 15, really it's gonna be from 1513 to 1550. So that's what it's gonna be on.
So you're doing a video tonight on this, and you don't know the names of the people?
Yeah, I know the names, but I just ain't gonna just put it out there to where I'm just gonna do the build on her. I'm not gonna do the build on her, but I was just tapping in because you have brought up Peter Martyr, and I was trying to see where you were trying to go with that.
Okay, so tell us about. You can't talk about the Maroons of 1513. Is it a secret or?
No, ain't no secret. It was just that basically they was found, and basically all the stories that they saying when the people first came over here in certain areas where they saying it was Maroon communities and all this certain stuff.
Here, come on, where's over here?
Over here in Central America, where Europeans first started having their settlements and first started having
wait.
doing their exploring.
So where do you
found in
Central America?
Central America, like Panama, like Mexico.
Mexico is Central America?
Yeah, that ain't Central America.
So you're gonna do a video tonight on this?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Putting it together.
Okay, keep going. The Maroons.
The Maroons is already here. It's a lot of fairy tale stories about shipwrecks, and I guess the black people getting out the shipwrecks or making the shipwrecks when they supposed to be doing something else, but ended up having these big settlements and doing all these big things out here.
Doing all these big things.
That's why he can't get nobody name.
So you don't you gonna
tell
have
you what they did or what they was doing over there.
Yeah, go to Strictly Ghetto. Yeah, go to Strictly Ghetto. Go to Strictly Ghetto Engine. You'll get the bill. I got some other bills over there.
Yeah, to be honest with you, you could promote it. The likelihood that anybody from this channel is gonna watch it is probably zero. So
I ain't tripping. I'm still gonna put it out there, though. You know, for the few.
Yeah, go ahead. You could. That's why I'm letting you freely do it. I can guarantee nobody's gonna watch the channel from this.
It's all good, you know. As long as I get one, you know, I did my thing.
That's what I'm saying. None, zero.
So you just hop from channel to channel trying to get users.
So would you like you don't know any of the people? So if we started talking about Yanga, you would have no idea.
Yeah, that's late in the game. I ain't talking about him. I'm talking about from 15-13 to like 15-50. He like way in the 90s.
When was Yanga? Okay, so Gaspar Yanga was in the 90s. Gaspar Yanga. Gaspar Yanga, as people can see, died in 1618. How was he in the 90s?
It was in the 1590s whenever he was kind of kicking up dust. I'm talking about stuff from way before that.
You don't like what are you talking about? You just lied about Gaspar. That's one. Somebody keep a calendar meter.
Just like I say that. It's like I say that's after. Just like I say that's after 1550. So I don't even know why you brought up him.
Okay, how about right?
But when you said 90s, you wasn't talking about 1590 though. You was talking about
that's what I was talking about. No, I was talking about nigga, get out of my business. Stay out of me and his conversation for one.
Nah, nigga, you on somebody else's channel
with your business. Shut up, bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of our conversation, nigga. Sit back.
You can't make me get out y'all fucking business. Shut the fuck up or get off the panel.
Oh my God, not Jesus. This is like at least a G.
So that's what happened. That's what ended up happening when I went over there. Before I was gonna get to this, so you see, well, I almost spent the hour dealing with them, but that's just how I am, man. I'm gonna see what's up, man. People popping up. It seems like today is a good little day. A lot of people on today, and let me see who all still on. A lot of people on right now. Shout out to everybody putting it down tonight. A lot of people still on tonight. You got Smoke still on. You got Q-Butt on. Just say Smoke, Nina. Legendary Top Cats. You got Dane Calloway. Mossy was just live. Who else? Everybody, you got Nightcap on right now. Just say no to Skull. Tiffany. Tiffany 89. Trigger Man. Bimploke. All right, we got some people on right now. So hopefully I can get some people up in here, but let me go on and get to my little build though. So that's kind of what I wanted to get to right here. So this is about the Mossy or Major or Murderous or Maroon Americans. I got to come up with something for the MMA. I'm gonna do this. You know what I'm saying? Gonna start the MMA V note. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to start up a little YouTube thing. You know what I'm saying? With this knowledge, and see if people is on the same page. You know what I'm saying? I really ain't tripping, but I am definitely gonna put it out there because that's what it is. MMA V note. in the building, Seminole. You know what I'm saying? And the OGs, what I'm seeing is when the first, things about black people kind of being over here. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to try to shed some light on that. Now, about shedding light on that, about shedding light on that, I'm going to come with a couple of little, I'm going to come with some different little angles or whatever. So I'm going to come with, we're talking about the people that's in South America and Central America, because that's where, the Spaniards, you know what I'm saying, was kind of putting it down a lot. And it was some suspect stories within that when they're talking about as far as the first black people and stuff like that. As far as within those areas, as far as certain areas getting built up and stuff like that. I think that is very questionable, and we're going to look at it. Now, I don't know why I didn't bring up this one, but let me go and kind of get this going, because it seemed like that I'm going to have to talk about the Canarians. So, and I wanted to get to that, you know what I'm saying, because it's going to be a whole series of getting at this type of little situation right here. So I might not drop everything tonight, but I want to make sure that I kind of start from the beginning and come up. Pause. My bad for the small delay. And then on top of that, let me get some of that going. I was supposed to have the beat going in the back. My bad, I'm slipping on my pimping. I've been saying it for a cool little minute. I'm trying to get my production skills up, but man, I'm still trying. I'm trying to get to it, man. Just work with the boy, and we're gonna get through this. Okay, so I want to bring up this situation right here. And we're going to look at this. I wish I had that page. Hold on. Dang, I wish I had that page in this book. Let me turn this down just a tad. All right. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's go on and blow this up right here. Okay, how did Christopher Columbus describe the Lucayans? The Lucayans. Columbus thought the Lucayans resembled the Guanche of the Canary Islands and described them as handsome, graceful, well-proportioned, generous, and peaceful. And they were also described as going almost completely naked. So we have some people talking crazy. I wish I would have clipped them. But when I be watching it, I'll be watching it on my phone. So I don't be on my computer when I be watching it to be able to clip it. But I don't know, I may be able to clip it to my phone. I don't know. I need to start playing with it a little bit more. And you know what I'm saying? So I can go on and, you know what I'm saying, be able to throw what they saying out there right before I put out the evidence. They be trying to discredit what I'm saying and think that a nigga talking crazy or that a nigga, you know, not on point. And you know what I'm saying? We got stuff like this that we gonna deal with. Now, ain't nobody really came in, but it's all good. Still gonna put the information out there. It's gonna touch somebody, and they gonna see it. They gonna see it. Let's read that again. Matter of fact, we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna do it like this here. Royalty, huh? I wish I had a little host that can read the things for me. I really just ain't the greatest reader, but shout out to the new technology. Shout out to the new technology, and I really ain't tripping though, but we're gonna do it like this here.
How did Christopher Columbus describe the Lucayans? Columbus thought the Lucayans resembled the Guanche of the Canary Islands and described them as handsome, graceful, well-proportioned, generous, and peaceful. They were also described as going almost completely naked.
And they saying, why you bringing this up? Why you bringing this up? Why you bringing this up? And I had argued with Not a Coincidence, Sean P. That's the first level. I'm going to get past them. That's the first level. The second level. Okay, first I gotta get rid of all the first level guys. Then I gotta go at their teachers. It's the second level. Then after that, I gotta go at the scholars, the third level. And then the ultimate level, the fourth level, is the government and the tribe. So that we can be in the situations like this here. So we can be in the dough for situations like this here. Hold on. So we can be in the dough for situations like this here. Let me get to this real quick. Let me show y'all this. I want to see what y'all think about this here. Okay. I want to see how y'all feel about this right here. What does it say? Justice has prevailed. Hold on, you can't even see it. Let me get me out the way. Justice has prevailed. Seminole Tribe wins $832 million verdict against Wells Fargo Bank. Nigga saying I'm tripping. No, I ain't tripping. They wouldn't even be in Seminoles. They wouldn't even been able to do whatever they doing if it wasn't for us putting it down the way we put it down in Florida. Not them the way they put it down, the way we put it down. The ones when they say the Negro Wars. Let me read that back one more time. Justice has prevailed. Seminole Tribe wins $832 million verdict against Wells Fargo Bank. Scroll down. A jury has awarded more than $800 million to the Seminole Tribe of Florida. This ain't even us in Oklahoma. This is just the people in Florida. So if they a small tribe in Florida. They a small tribe in Florida. They got 800 million. Imagine what we'll get out here in Oklahoma if they really just put us on, man. We in the trillions, man. We in the trillions, man. Seminole Tribe of Florida, after finding the Wichicova Bank and its new owners, Wells Fargo Bank, changed more than $7 million in unauthorized fees, mishandled a trust fund set up for the tribe's children. A jury has awarded more than $800 million to the Seminole Tribe of Florida after finding that this bank, Wachovia, and its new owner, Wells Fargo Bank, charged more than $7 million in unauthorized fees and mishandled a trust fund set up for the tribe's children, and they won $800 million. We're from $7 million and some mishandles of some trust funds and got $800 million. And the blacks ain't gonna get none of that. And we the reason why they even get that. We the reason why they even get that. We the reason why they even get that. Check this out. Man, that's crazy. Man, where's the host at? Where my host? I need a host, man. Somebody that's gonna host this thing with me. The civil jury in Broward County found in Broward County Court found on Tuesday, March 25th, the day after my birthday, that the bank and 8 employees had violated their responsibilities to the tribe and its children and failed to properly invest the funds deposited into the account. This verdict should be a wake-up call for all financial institutions that think they are above the law and can take advantage of their clients, said attorney William R. Schreier Jr., founder and managing partner of Conrad and Schreier. Rich represented the tribe along with Seminole General Counsel Jim Shore. Man, what's going on here? Let's see if they let me mark this real quick.
In this case, those hurt by these actions were innocent children, which is unforgivable, Scherer said. Justice has prevailed, and while we cannot reverse the damage caused, this resolution provides meaningful compensation and safeguards for these minors. Seminole tribal members from 6 reservations throughout Florida packed the courtroom to show their support throughout the 6-week trial, which began with jury selection on February 10th. Closing arguments were held Monday, March 24th, and the jury began deliberations Tuesday, March 25th. The jury came back after only about 6 hours of deliberations, delivering the verdict to a largely empty courtroom. Since no one could predict how long deliberations would take, only the attorneys were in the courtroom when the verdict was read, along with the judge, jurors, and court officials. Most of the tribal members watched it live on a Zoom link provided by the court. Wells Fargo had no comment after the verdict was announced, but has indicated it plans to appeal.
Okay, so they plan to appeal. Okay.
The Florida tribe set up the Seminole Miners Per Capita Payment Trust in 2005 as it was preparing for its 2006 purchase of Hard Rock International, the music-themed chain of restaurants, hotels, and casinos that has since expanded into a successful brand of casino resorts around the world. The expansion brought great prosperity for the tribe, which set up funds for the children, stipulating initially that they could not collect the money until they reached age 17, later changed to 24 and then 30, and after they had taken financial management courses and proven to be drug-free.
Hey, yo, this is crazy, man. They wouldn't be able to get none of this, man, if it wasn't for us, man. Them niggas would have been creeks, man. Yo, this is wild. This is wild, yo. They ain't gotta do nothing. They just gotta live to 30 and show that they ain't doped out. And they own for some shit that my people did, man. That's why I'm trying to build up this case, man, so I can holler at the government, man. We need some of that, man. We past due, man. With much disrespect, man. Way too much disrespect, man. Man, I hope I can see that, man, before we die, man. I gotta push that line, man. And we got other black people out here. If we was in the court case with them, they'll be on the other side saying that them niggas shouldn't be able to get it. Saying that they ain't Seminole. And they ain't even got no paperwork of black people being from no damn slave boat or coming from Africa. Niggas just running around descendants. Man, you gotta link the paperwork, man. You know what I'm saying? They just going off hearsay. They saying y'all going off lookership. Y'all going off hearsay. Come on, man. I gotta make this right. Trump, where you at, baby? You gotta make this right. You gotta make this right. What's up, Trump? Can you make this right? God, for real though, that's wicked.
The fund was entrusted to Wachovia Bank, now owned by Wells Fargo, and was their largest trust account at the time. The Seminole removed Wells Fargo from the trust in 2016 after tribal officials reviewed the low rate of return and questioned the $7.6 million in fees charged by the bank, according to the suit.
Talk about question them niggas though, that's big time. And then on top of that, man, them niggas got to stay in Florida, man. That's wicked, man. I can't believe what the hell I'm hearing right now. This is some wicked shit right here. They getting broke off like this.
The bank tried to broker a new deal instead of owning up to mismanagement, according to the lawsuit, and the tribe sued. As the sole trustee to the fund, Wells Fargo was accused of bilking 2,000 beneficiaries of an estimated $818 million in damages and lost income. The lawsuit accuses the bank and 8 representatives of breaching their fiduciary duty, engaging in intentional misconduct and unlawfully collecting millions of dollars in unlawful fees for more than a decade. The bank had countered that the Seminole tribe insisted on conservative investments and was to blame for the low returns. About halfway through the trial, a former relationship manager for Wells Fargo admitted under cross-examination by the tribe's lawyers that the bank had engaged in illegal misconduct and misappropriated as much $2 million to $3 million per child.
Yo, this is wicked. This is wicked, boy. And they ain't letting us get none of that. And we the reason why they getting that. We the reason. For real, though.
Justice has prevailed. The trust account has now more than doubled since moving to another management firm. In 2016, the trust had about $1.4 billion in assets. It now has about $3 billion. It was a privilege to represent the Seminole tribe of Florida and bring justice to the children of the Seminole tribe, Scherer said in a statement. It was imperative that Wells Fargo be held accountable for engaging in intentional misconduct, breaching its fiduciary duty and unlawfully collecting millions of dollars in fees that resulted in a devastating monetary loss to the value of the Seminole Tribe of Florida's Miners Trust.
Boy, the kids got the trust. Boy, and all they gotta do is hit 30. All they gotta do is hit 30. And nigga just like, nigga, you ain't no Seminole, we Seminoles. Nigga, let's go back and look at it. These niggas just trying to say that at the same time, when they so-called right now in South America, they say that it's lost tribes in South America. And they saying that them niggas was still finding niggas in the 1780s. My people was born in the 1780s in Florida during a time where they really ain't conquered the whole thing. These niggas barely crossed the Appalachian Mountains. They finding black people. And these niggas is just putting the African label on them because they look like Africans. But they really just can't say it's nothing but hearsay. It's lookership and hearsay. They saying, y'all using lookership and hearsay. Now I can see if you got paperwork that's connecting certain niggas to Africa, well shit, that shit is what it is. But just like when I had brought up right before that, when I had brought up this canary thing right here. And I'm first to go into this canary thing. Cause they've been playing. You know what I'm saying? And I really ain't even been able to do no real studying and shit like I was before, cause I've been playing with the live and I've been doing shit. But I kind of had to get back into it a little bit, man. But peep this out though.
How did Christopher Columbus describe the Lucayans? Columbus thought the Lucayans resembled the Guanche of the Canary Islands and described them as handsome, graceful, well-proportioned, generous, and peaceful. They were also described as going almost completely naked.
Alright, so Pete, when I've been doing this little small argument with these guys, not a coincidence, Sean P, Shy Son, Robert Lee. So we was talking about the islands when I was bringing up that, you know, they were saying because they had got twisted up, tongue-tied when I was bringing up that they were saying they was brunette, they was tawny, they was browns, and stuff like that. And then I remember a long time ago, not a coincidence, I read that, you know, this right here, that they resemble the people from the Canary Islands, that they not black nor white, but they the color of the people of the Canary Islands, but they also resemble the people of the Canary Islands. And, you know, it was kind of like, okay, I was saying that they was Africans because the Canary Islands It's right there by Africa. And just because just to show that niggas ain't tripping, we gonna bring it up. This is the live. We gonna bring it up, man. We gonna bring up the map. I'm gonna try to bring up everything that I'm talking about. I probably ain't gonna be able to get everything within this live, but this definitely gonna be the first part. For real, really breaking this shit down. I ain't gonna front. But let me go and bust this open real quick. So we got the Canary Islands right here. These niggas is trying to tell me that these is basically not black people. These niggas is right here by Africa. This is an Africa island. And they saying they not black people, but because the bar, shout out to the bar. Shout out to the bar. She said that she was gonna do a build on the Canary Islands. I guess she was supposed to do it a couple of days ago, but she still ain't put it down. I was waiting for her to put it down. But I had came across some documentation, a book that was written by the first people that was basically Rick, that wrote about these people. And let's see what he got to say, because it's very interesting what this person had to say. And that's a fact. So let me bring that up. Hold on. Let me get to that. Let me get to that. Yeah, let me get to that right here. Let me up a little bit. So, okay, we're on page 77. I know, gotta start right there. So this right here is this book right here. The origins and miracles and the holy image of Our Lady Candelier. Descriptions of the islands of the Terra Firma. Second series. Okay, and so this right here was written by a guy, which I'm gonna bring him up later within this build. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to bring him up tonight, because I don't know how long I'm gonna be long as I can. But he had wrote this book. He was when I came across him, he was in Ecuador. He was a priest in Ecuador in the 1500s, in the late 1500s, and he was living with the black people within Ecuador, and but this right here was written back in the 1500s, and they just now really kind of in the 1700s. The Hawklaw Society had basically copywritten and stuff like this, but this is definitely coming from. This is the first dude to even write about the Canary Islands. So let me go right here. I'm gonna start and go down. Do it like this, because I just ain't the best reader. Wish I had a host do some reading, get to it, get some money. But let's see what they got to say.
In former times, this island was inhabited by the natives of it, whom we call Guanches, carrot. It has not been possible to ascertain their origin or whence they came, for as the natives had no letters, they had no account of their origin or descent, although some tradition may have come down from father to son. Hence, there have been many opinions on the subject. Some say they are descended from the Romans, although it does not appear whence they came, nor on what authority Tilgi opinion is founded. Others say that they are descended.
So some say that they from Romans, but it don't really appear. We're gonna keep it going because he's gonna give his input. Others say they are descendants from certain tribes in Africa, so we're gonna let this build. So it's like a 50-50 right now, but we're gonna find out some shit.
In former times, this island was inhabited by the natives.
Okay, nah, that ain't even copy. Still ain't copy.
From certain tribes in Africa, who rose against the Romans and killed their praetor, or judge. As a punishment for this, instead of killing them all, some had their tongues cut out, so that, having no pens or paper, they could not hand down an account of the rising. They were then put into boats without oars, and committed to the sea and to there. These exiles came to the islands and peopled them. If the natives descend from men without tongues, they could not know much of their origin.
Nigga said they cut out their tongues, so they wouldn't be able to pass it down. Cutthroats. It's hard back then, huh? Crazy. But that was what was said.
Others say that when Cerderins was pursued by the Romans, having abandoned his place in government, he fled with a company consisting of Africans and other nations. Having heard of the fertility of these islands from some sailors when they were at Cadiz, the followers of Sertorius, after his death, to avoid falling into the hands of the Romans, gave up everything to go in search of the islands, and in this way they were peopled. There is another author who says that, in ancient times, these islands were as near Africa as Sicily is to Italy, but that, in course of time, owing to storms and floods, they became more distant. The people that came to the islands remained ignorant of the art of navigating, each remaining on their own island without communication.
You know, it makes it so crazy. When I was doing some other readings about this, they said whenever they did conquer these people, but that these people didn't know nothing about boating or shipping it. You know, they didn't know nothing about, being in the waters like that. So they was kind of confused on how they got over there. But that was a cool little minute ago when I read that. That's crazy. keep it going.
The old Guanklis themselves say that they have an immemorial tradition that 60 people came to this island, but they know not whence they came. They united and formed their settlement near Icod, which is a place on this island, and they gave it this name, which is a word in their language. Alzoxikishinab Kanabak Xenix means the Jace of union of the son of the Great One. Asterisk. The reader can adopt any one of these opinions that seems most probable. My own is that the Guanches derive their descent from Africans, as well because of the contiguity of the mainland, as by reason of the close resemblance.
Hold on, what they say? What my man say, man? My own is that, and he was on the island. He lived on the island with these people before he got to America. He the first writer. My own is that the Algonquin derived their descendants from Africans. And this nigga Christopher Columbus, let's go back to it. Let me go back to that. How did Christopher Columbus describe the Luakans? We're talking about in the island. Columbus thought that the Luakans resembled Goths of the Canary Islands and described them as handsome, resembled the Goths of the Canary Islands. These niggas be thinking I be playing. I ain't playing with these niggas. Niggas believe in the white boys, nigga believe me, nigga. Just went to the first motherfucking writer of the goddamn Canary Islands. And niggas is saying, just like I say, we got Unc. We got Unc that was saying, that was telling me that, well, you know, the only way that we'll be able to know exactly what Christopher Columbus was talking about is only one source. You can only go to his journal. And he say they're neither black nor white. Them niggas is neither black nor white. But then on top of that, within people that been doing a lot of writings on this topic that was looking at certain documents, I'm talking about the people that was doing the writings back then within the 1500s and all during those times, 15 and 1600s, when they looking at certain notes or whatever, because there's only certain people that's, you know, that's privy to these type of writings at this time. Everybody wasn't writing like that. You had to be a special person. You had to be locked in with the church and locked in with royalty to be able to get access to these certain type of stuff. And you was going to school and stuff like that. And everybody just couldn't do this. Everybody just couldn't do this at the time. And we got this friar, which I don't know if I'm gonna be able to bring him up tonight because it's gonna be a nice little build. It's definitely gonna get broke down. And these niggas keep playing with me. But I wanted to bring up this Canary Island shit because niggas was playing with me. This is before we even to get into 1498. This is this is the beginning. Where I'm saying that, yeah, nigga, there was some niggas in the islands. And it's niggas in Florida, it's niggas in the South. Matter of fact, it's niggas from goddamn the West Indies, what they said was goddamn from Virginia all the way down to South America. They say that was the West Indies from some shit that I had seen that was written back in the 17 or 1600s on maps. So I'm saying, yeah. I'm doing the Charleston White shit. Yeah, man. Nah. Yeah, they was over here. But niggas gotta prove it. But I'ma slowly and for surely walk these niggas down. And I'm going at they big dogs. I pop up on they big dog shit. These niggas got me blocked. I can't even touch her. I can't even get down with the nigga no more. Nigga put my name all on the motherfucking thumb. I mean, not my name, but my face all on the thumbnail. Nigga try to holler at the nigga. Nigga won't even let a nigga up. This the type of hoe ass, police ass niggas that we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Niggas come through and do something. Nigga slide back through. Nigga come through and do something when I ain't even, you know what I'm saying, around. Come through, kick in the door, come through, shoot up some shit when nigga ain't around, but nigga pop up, nigga, let's get down. Nigga ain't even coming outside, nigga won't even come to the park and get no wreck. But nigga got my motherfucking face all on the motherfucking thumbnail talking about show up. Man, that nigga a hoe. Man, let me go and let this woman do what she do until I get me a host that can get down with Vino the most. Hold on. I'll do it like this here. What it say?
The reader can adopt any one of these opinions that seems most probable. My own is that the Guanches derive their descent from Africans, as well because of the contiguity of the mainland, as by reason of the close resemblance in customs and language, and the method of counting. It may be added that the words for gofia, carrot, milk, and grease are the same. Those who desire to know have noticed that there are people in these islands whose traditions go back 1,520 years. The fame runs that the apostles sent a bishop to preach the faith, whose name they promised to give me. The calendar states it in the .se words.
So hold on, I want to show that. I think it was something else too. I think it was something else too, where it says something about I ain't even gonna front. It says something about it said that the people that was in the south of the islands, that they had brown skin, and that the people on the north side of the islands had white skin. Now they did say that. So my thing is, them ain't nothing but dark and light skinned niggas. This is the first nigga right here. The nigga that wrote this, what we looking at, is a Jesuit, whatever. He wrote this when he was in Ecuador in the 1590s. It got copywritten or whatever back in like 16 in the early 16s. But dang, that's crazy that I didn't get that page where it was talking about the skin. I thought it was on the same. I thought it was in the same little chapter right here. But it's not within this thing. But I'm gonna go on and find that. I really ain't gonna spend too much time looking for that right now. But if you wanna look at this for yourself, if you wanna kind of cut through this, well, shit, the link is already up there. But this is what it's called, though. I'm gonna get to it. This is definitely a goddamn razor blade in the mouth, walk up on a nigga and get at a nigga with this source. You feel me? Do a nigga like Tupac did Bernie with this. You hear me? Niggas talking about some Canary Island shit. Niggas talking about this Christopher Columbus shit. And niggas just talking about, yeah, nigga, what the people look like in goddamn Christopher in the islands. Shit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let the AI host say it. I'm gonna let my AI host get down.
How did Christopher Columbus describe the Lucayans? Columbus thought the Lucayans resembled the Guanche of the Canary Islands and described them as handsome, graceful, well-proportioned, generous, and peaceful. They were also described as going almost completely naked.
Niggas was telling me that the people ain't naked. Niggas was saying I was tripping, all type of goofy ass shit. But we got this right here, which you can go look it up for yourself. You can go look up their author and know that he was the first one to put it down to write about the Canary Islands, well, about Tarifa. You know, that's the biggest island within the Canary Islands. That's the one that's in the middle, or the biggest one. That was the last one that was conquered. And I think it was conquered sometime in like 1490 something or 1480 something like that. So, and I also wanted to, bring that to light. That, matter of fact, let me go back down to it. I wanted to bring that to light. That in fact, I want to bring this to light right here. That the people in the Canary Islands was black people, because they resemble black people, and when they came over here, they seen people that resembled the black people. Now, let me go on and what it do, Engine Radio. He never gonna pay the what it do. Now, I wanted to jump to this right here on the next, because this is basically my whole little get down with this. As you see, I just got at the Canary. Now, I'm going into the reason why I'm saying that they was finding black people in America, and when they really just didn't capture them, when niggas really just didn't, get the upper hand, and niggas moved around and started kind of going back and forth, kind of doing their own thing. They was labeled Maroons, and they started their own settlements, and they already had settlements, but the people started putting labels on their little areas and shit like that. And I'm gonna try to prove, because I'm thinking that it's a type of certain lie that's going around when it's coming to this situation, that they using shipwrecks. That they using shipwrecks to be able to justify certain black people being in certain areas. And I'm going to try to prove that that's BS for the simple fact when Bap had you know, he was showing a little white, he was showing the white dude that was showing all the little buildings and shit on how they was kind of you know, getting her, and you know, they was her doing this and this and you know, and you know, like the dates is kind of funny as far they saying all the buildings had caught on fire, you know, everything caught on fire. It was a fire. It was a fire. It was a fire. It was a fire. That's like the main narrative, and I'm seeing that it's a narrative on some of the earliest places where they saying where those so-called black people so-called got shipped to or something like that, that they shipwrecked, but they ended up getting out the ship and overrunning the males within their area, as far as the Indians, and taking over the women and starting tribes and families and nations like that. And you get that a lot. You get that a lot over when you're dealing with the black people in America. Now, the reason that I'm going to this 1498 is because this is also something that they've been trying to disprove, or I've been seeing that I've seen that Brother Unc have brought up the situation within this panel. It been kind of a hot little thing on what they saying that is wrong about the gold tip javelin, and they keep bringing up Peter Van Sertiman, or I mean not Peter, but Ivan Van Sertiman. And you know, whenever I'm coming across, I heard of Ivan Van Sertiman, but that wasn't my whole get down going after Van Sertiman. I'm doing my own get down and research and stumbling upon shit, and shout out to Google and the internet just be putting this shit in my face, and I click on it and I get to it. I don't know, it just be coming to it, nigga. Facts. I just be like, damn, why did the internet just give me that? They be giving me this shit.
Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Paria. Arrival at San Domingo. 1498.J. On the 30th of May, 1498, Columbus set sail from the port of San Lucar de Barrameda, with a squadron of 6 vessels, on his third voyage of discovery. From various considerations, he was induced to take a different route from that pursued in his former expeditions. He had been assured, by persons who had traded to the east, that the rarest objects of commerce, such as gold, precious stones, drugs, and spices, were chiefly to be found in the regions about the equator, where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored, and that, until he arrived among people of such complexions, it was not probable he would find those articles in great abundance. Columbus expected to find such people more to the south and southeast. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their island from the south, the heads of whose javelins were of guanin, or adulterated gold. The natives of the Caribbee Islands, also, had informed him that a great tract of the mainland lay to the south, and in his preceding voyage he had remarked that Cuba, which he supposed to be the continent of Asia, swept off in that direction. He proposed, therefore, to take his departure from the Cape de Verde Islands, sailing to the southwest until he should come under the equinoctial line, then to steer directly westward, with the favor of the trade winds. Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Panama.
Okay, my bad. I was muted up. So he recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their island from the south. So another thing, this goofy tried to tell me that they was talking about the south part of their island. That's crazy, man. They do so much to just accept. I ain't even gonna say the niggas gotta accept it, you know what I'm saying? But they just do so much to try to discredit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even saying nigga gotta accept it. You know what I'm saying? But nigga, don't discredit me. I know how to add 1 + 1, nigga. I know how to add, subtract, multiply, divide. Come on. And you know what's kind of funny about the situation is I'm thinking that when they're talking about the black man, because, you know, they are kind of, you know, they do try to act different between Moors and Negroes. You know, they try to say it's kind of like a difference between the two, but then lightweight, they try to put them together and say African. These are the Africans, these are the Africans, the Africans, the Africans, the Africans, the Africans, the slave, the African. But then when you get into the particulars, it's a lot of stuff they leave out. As far as like the Ladinos, the people coming from the north, the Berbers, the Moors, most of them was lightweight called Spaniards. You know, they really not depicted as Africans until you just kind of really do a deep dive within the historics. So you really got to do a real deep dive to see who was who and who doing what, because a lot of those early conquistadors, which they try to put in my face and say, yeah, them is the Africans that came with the Spaniards that wasn't slaves, and they trying to tell me that so many Africans came over here with the Spaniards that when they finding the blacks in certain areas, that those are those certain peoples. And I'm saying, nah, them is the people from North Africa, them is the people that's Moors, them is the Berbers that's coming with them first. Them ain't what they saying, the black men. But then they try to intertwine when they say African. Then you got to figure out what kind of African it is. But I think when Christopher Columbus right here, when he's talking about the black man, he's talking about that Negro. He's talking about that Negro, that lightweight, high commodity that within their area, they just now it's kind of like a new thing to be involved within that trade over there. It seemed like that was kind of going on over there whenever they was, kind of going to the coast and going around to try to find a little way as far as the Portuguese and shit like that. So, they know exactly what's going on. Now, within this next build, which is this book right here, The 8 Decades of Peter Martyr. So, as you see earlier, I had to pop up over there on True Historian channel because Lightweight brought up the Peter Martyr, but I guess he was just trying to put it out there and say that, that's just something that people try to latch on to and say that it was black people over here, but then he was trying to do a build and was trying to say that the reason that black people over here in 2025 is saying that black people was over here before Christopher Columbus is because of these certain black scholars that was looking at these certain white people that was basically on some pseudo stuff, or they really was on some, basically they was on some pseudo stuff because they was saying that the black people had got over here through the Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? Through the land that they walked over here, through land like the so-called Indians walked over here through the Bering Straits. So he was making fun of his old teachers and was laughing at them and was saying they were pseudo, even though he was saying that these was the founding dudes. I guess a dude named J.A. Rogers or something like that was one of the founders or something like that. I guess as far as, just the studies that we're doing right now as far as saying if African or, stuff like that. And he was just shitting on them and basically saying because they coming with the same, this was back in, I guess, 1930 something, he was reading from a book and they was basically saying the same thing we saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you look at all the sculptures, you look at this, they look like there's a lot of Negroid features going on. And he's like, look at ship. So when I go back up, let me scroll up with it. And I come here. Like this here. I ain't even gotta do that. I'll just do it like this here.
There are no roads. On April 600, Vasco discovered that the village dogs in fighting against shirked to fight their eyes and their hands to heaven. They gave it to be understood that God held the sin in horror, punishing it by sending lightning and thunder, and frequent inundations which destroyed the crops. It was likewise the cause of famine and sickness. The natives worship no other god than the sun, who is the master and alone worthy of honor. Nevertheless, they accepted instruction and they will rapidly adopt our religion when zealous teachers come to instruct them. Their language contains nothing
rough or difficult to understand, and all the words of their vocabulary may be translated and written in Latin letters, as we have already said was the case in Hispaniola.
Hold on, I gotta switch.
The natives worship no other god than the sun. Their eyes and their hands.
Hold on, I gotta switch that up real quick. That was crazy. What the hell? They got that little kid on their phone. Well, goddamn United States from there, man. What the fuck, man?
Hands to heaven, they gave it to be understood that God held this. The natives worship no other god than the sun, who is the master and alone worthy of honor. Nevertheless, they accepted instruction and they will rapidly adopt our religion when zealous teachers come to instruct them. Their language contains nothing rough or difficult to understand, and all the words of their vocabulary may be translated and written in Latin letters, as we have already said was the case in Hispaniola. They are a warlike race, and have always been troublesome neighbors. The country is neither rich in gold mines, nor does it possess a fertile soil, being mountainous and arid. Because of its precipitous mountains the temperature is cold. And the chiefs wear clothes, but the bulk of the people are content to live in a state of nature. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Querequa, and they are few.
The Spaniards found Negroes. The Spaniards found Negroes. So we're going to get back to that because I want to get to this other part. Get to this other part and bring that up. Hold on. And if you find a Negro, he gotta be an Aboriginal. Hold on. That's the wrong one. Dang, why didn't you let me get down like that? That's crazy. I'll just stop this a little bit. Bring that back.
And the chiefs wear clothes, but the bulk of the people are content to live in a state of nature. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Querequa, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Querequa carry on incessant war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two peoples.
Now, we're going to find out more that it's going to be the same type of story for a lot of the blacks that's warring with the Indians, that's warring with the natives. And it's going to be thought that Negro pirates wrecked their ships. So it's a lot of shipwrecks. It's a lot of shipwrecks within certain areas where they're discovering or where they're trying to take over, where they saying, well, it was a shipwreck and that's why it's niggas over here. Or that's why it's niggas loose over here and that's wild. Because it was shipwreck. But they say that niggas was coming over here in chains. So if a nigga coming over here in chains, how's a nigga able to escape a shipwreck if the ship is going down? They'll be the first ones to die because they're at the bottom of the boats, right? These niggas are saying that they shipwrecked and they escaped. And then on top of that, the natives are saying that they carry on wars with these people. This is regular wars. What the Pan-Africans is telling me that these are the black people that been coming over here with the Spaniards, and that they are the ones that they found over there because it ain't no way that black people was over here because the white people brought them over here. But within this area that they talking about, they just now discovered this area. If you keep looking, and I mean, if not keep looking, but if you keep reading, it's gonna talk about Balboa. Matter of fact, it's within the same. It's within the same next sentence. Okay, so we're just gonna go and just keep on letting it read about how he found the Pacific Ocean. So hold on.
And the chiefs wear clothes, but the bulk of the people are content to live in a state of nature. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Querequa, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates.
They are fierce and cruel.
Of Ethiopia established.
It is thought. It's not a fact. And that's why I'm saying that's where the mislabel coming in at. That's where the mislabel is coming in at because they're saying, well, shit, y'all look like them niggas. Y'all gotta be them niggas. Now, you found niggas over here, and it's a term for niggas over here. And that's all niggas is tripping on. But niggas is saying, nah. They're saying, nah. They didn't find them niggas. That's pseudo. And Peter Martyr is not, he didn't get justified by his peers, even though he was paid by the crown and royal to be able to document everything in front of an oath, and he got paid to do all this. They're saying it ain't true, but this is within the same story because they can't get around this because the first European to see the Pacific Ocean is this guy Balboa, and it's right, and they're gonna talk about it here within the next paragraph.
Themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains, leaving some of his companions who had fallen ill from the incessant fatigue and hardships to which they were not inured. At Querequa, Vasco, led by native guides, marched towards the summit of the mountain chain. Carried from the village of Pancha to the spot where the Southern Ocean is visible is a 6 days * ordinary march. But he only covered the distance in 25 days, after many adventures and great privations. On the 7th day of the calends of October, a Querequa guide showed him a peak from the summit of which the Southern Ocean is visible. Vasco looked longingly at it.
So he was the so-called the first one to see to see the Pacific Ocean. And if he didn't do that, they really wouldn't, but they really wouldn't have been able to discover Peru and be able to go down there and go get that big heist. You know what I'm saying? It would have took them longer to be able to discover that if he didn't put it down the way he put it down. But he had to go through some black people, you know what I'm saying, to be able to do that. He had to go through some black people to be able to do that. And let me shed some more light up on this situation. Hold on. Because it was something else that I wanted to bring up with that. Hold on. There's something else that I wanted to bring up with that. Hold on. Hold on. I do apologize for the small delay. apologize for the small delay. Hold on. Matter of fact, I can't even keep that up because I'm going through this real quick. Hold on. Dang. That's wicked. I should have had that on point, man. That's why I was like, man, I gotta start be able to present this another way. Cause I hate how I have to stop like this and be able to, instead of already having my shit ready to be able to prove what the hell I'm talking about. Damn. That is wicked. Mm. That's crazy. That's wicked. Where that thing at? That ain't that. No, that ain't that either. Damn, that's wicked. Were they also talking about during this time that there was a black dude that was with him? And I wanted to show that he was also saying, or they was also saying that that they found black people over here. Dang, let me see what I said. Yeah, here it go. Oh, dang, that's crazy. That shit was right there. All that damn time. Right, we gotta blow this up. Okay, this dude right here, a Fulio. I mean, not Fulio, but New Flow. New Flow di Olino. So let me go on and highlight this real quick. And let my AI homie do what he do. So we can get it clear.
Possibly the first man from the Old World to see the Pacific was Nuflo de Olano, a slave-turned-explorer, who was with Balboa in the expedition to Panama. Interestingly, there they came across a tribe of black people living in Panama. There is speculation that these were Ethiopian pirates who had gotten blown off course. It would be fascinating to know what their story was.
And this is coming from Black Conquistadors Matter, where he kind of going in on a lot of the conquistadors. You can go check that out. Which I'm gonna kind of come back to that a little bit later on, but I just wanted to show that part also. That what is it? Get that going again one more time.
Possibly the first man from the Old World to see the Pacific was Nuflo de Alano, a slave-turned-explorer, who was with Balboa in the expedition to Panama. Interestingly, there they came across a tribe of black people living in Panama. There is speculation that these were Ethiopian pirates who had gotten blown off course. It would be fascinating to know what their story was.
Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. It's definitely fascinating, and it's funny how that story is kind of lost within time, and don't you really gotta dig deep to be able to even know about anything like that, because they lightweight try to play it off. I ain't gonna say they try to play it off, but they try to say certain stuff like this here to try to just not do. Because I had seen something where they said that Balboa had brought some slaves, and this nigga was a slave. He was working for a motherfucking shit. Hold on, let me see what it says. It says some crazy shit. I'm like, man. And that's something that they'll try to latch on to. But then I guess they saying, well, shit, nigga, why you latching on to what you latching on? Well, shit, nigga, why they even saying that? They definitely saying, niggas been hearing the shit that you saying. But when niggas saying this other shit, it's a motherfucking problem when it comes to these niggas over here. And as far as the Maroons, because it seemed like they were the ones that was fighting the hardest, and it seemed like, well, shit, the natives had to go on and help them. But then you looked at them niggas was dominating the natives, so it's like, what do you mean? How the damn natives helping them? Yeah, I gotta start. Hold on, do. No, I don't even think that's it right there. And they was also trying to say that, basically that there was so many slaves over there within that area, basically within the islands, that's how they got over there. They was just basically one of the slaves because they are calling them slaves within the books or within the text. Just like right here, it was saying that. Hold on, let me go back to that. They try to hang on little shit like this, where it say they found Negro slaves. So once they see the slave, they automatically saying, well, shit, well, them is automatically, somebody from the old world. Them is automatically somebody that's brought over here. If they got the slave term on it. But the slave term, that was just knowing that, that was just money at the time. A black person was just, it was money. The crown had put a value on black people. And if you get a black person, say somebody a bond, or you had some type of right over them to be their master or something like that. It's like I said, well, we just got our rights, not too long ago over here. Said when they said, well, niggas wasn't, I guess 3/5 no more, that we was full human now. But at first we was 3/5, we was beasts, we was all type of little crazy ass shit. It really wasn't no respect. Niggas like I guess niggas that had the intellectual, to be able to be civilized, I guess, within their eyes. So they try to latch on to this slave thing right here, which when we go to this next source, which I'm gonna bring up another one, and this is the book right here, Discoveries of the World from their first original until the year of our Lord 1555. So we right here with it. Let me do it. Yeah. Okay. Let me start from right here. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna let that read itself.
Wherein it is said there grow cocos beneath the water which are very good against all kind of poison. So yeah.
Read.
Lee Caradentian asterisk S year 1512, there went out of Castile one John de Fazenda, one he doubled. Wherein it is said there grow cocos beneath the water, which are very good against all kind of poison. Tray well.
Yeah. Go straight to that.
Possibly the first man from the old world to see the Pacific was.
Man, what was that? Come on now. Oh, yeah, I got that.
In the year 1513 Vasco Nunes de Balboa, hearing speech and news of the South Sea, determined to go thither, although his company dissuaded him from that Gita dem 31-foot tier action. Point 1 But being a man of good value, with those soldiers,
But he returned back again into that he had, being 290, he resolved to put himself into that Aya party. He went therefore from Darien the first day of September, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides, and he marched outward the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war, and in a certain place called Careca he found Negroes captives with curled hair, and never up to that time were other.
So because they say captors, they automatically try to disqualify them and say, nah, they can't be natives because they captives. What I'm saying is that it don't matter where you at. If you look like a nigga, you know what I'm saying? But you're going to get that turn. Even though if they find you somewhere else far from Africa, if you look like them niggas, you're going to get the turn point blank. Now, we talking about the niggas. You're going to get that turn. You got value. And I think why they just didn't do that with the people in the islands, because they kind of resembled a little bit of some mixture almost. You know what I'm saying? They're saying, yeah, they not black nor white, but then you see that they saying, okay, well shit, them niggas remind me of the niggas in the Canary Islands. But we seeing that the niggas in the Canary Islands, just motherfucking black people, they just light skinned and dark skinned motherfuckers. But they niggas. But then on top of that, they also saying that they got a lot of Berber in them. You know what I'm saying? So they could, have that, not just like a nigga look to where they just saying, all right, we can kind of work with these people as far as, they can, they just not a fully nigga from the lookership. But they come over here doing with the lookership and saying, okay, you automatically Ethiopian. Or you automatically this because you look like this. Even though that nigga just found, and now they trying to make up a story and a reason why the nigga is over here. Once we got the slave ship going on. We got the slave ship wreck. And I'm also bring up another thing. Hold on. Let me finish this out. Okay, stop.
That he had, being 290, he resold you to Correga. He found Negroes captios with curled hair, and never up to that time were others seen or known until now, in all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castile, and Peru. The South Zais Valboa came to the side of the South Sea on the 25 C disoccurred. Carat YQ pound carat ES and carat Moneth, and on St. Michael's Day came.
So, hold on. Because, no, that didn't do it. Yeah. So, and I'm also going to bring up this third source. I'm also going to bring up this third source, and it's on this book right here. The Historia General de los Indies, Lopez, 1511, 1564. Got 283 pages. Okay, so I'm going to start it from Okay, let's get this going. Okay, my bad. That's the wrong.
En esta batalla se
Sure.
En esta batalla se tomó In this battle a brother of Torcha was taken prisoner in the royal habit of a woman, who not only in his costume, but in everything else, except in giving birth, was a woman. Carat Bra. Olboa entered Corica, he found neither bread nor gold, which had been raised before fighting. However, he found and some black slaves of the Lord. He asked where they came from, and they could tell him or understand no more than that there were men of that color near there, with whom they had a very ordinary war.
Hold on. Damn, get up off of there real quick.
En esta batalla se tomó preso a un hermano de Torecha en hábito.
No, let's start it right here. Now they're gonna try to discredit it when they say the black slaves of the Lord. And so you heard them say that black slaves of the Lord. So they trying to discredit them like that by, basically saying that they slaves, and that's the thing that they latch on to try to say that they not native because they saying that they automatically a slave of the crown. But that's how I'm trying to tell you. That's how it was for every nigga around the world. You weren't gonna get around it. It don't matter where you at. You're gonna be up under the crown at that time. And so let me go on and bring that back. And I'm gonna go because it's also gonna show some type of description of these guys within this next little text.
In this battle, a brother of Torcha was taken prisoner in the royal habit of a woman, who not only in his costume, but in everything else, except in giving birth, was a woman. Carrot bra. Olboa entered Corica, he found neither bread nor gold, which had been raised before fighting. However, he found and some black slaves of the Lord. He asked where they came from, and they could tell him or understand no more than that there were men of that color near there, with whom they had a very ordinary war. These were the first blacks that were seen in the Indies, and I still think that they have not been seen again. Balboa shot 50 whores he found there, and then burned them, first informed of their abominable and filthy sin. When the region learned of this victory and justice, they brought him many men of sodomy to kill them. And as they say, the lords and courtiers use that vice, and not the common one, and they gave gifts to the Allans, thinking that sinners were bitten by justice, and they considered the Spaniards to be more than men, since they had conquered and died so quickly.
Okay, so as you see that we got the same, basically that we got the same story. That they found some niggas, you know what I'm saying? That they found some niggas. They putting the slave term on them. And the Indians are saying there are men of that color there in that area, and that they had a very ordinary war. They said they had a very ordinary war. This book, or this writing, this was written back in like the 15 to 1600s. We got Peter Martyr writing from the 1500s. We got the other source from the 1500s. And then on top of that, hold on, let me read this next one. Hold on. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. All right. Do that like that real quick. Do this like this. Alright, let me do this. I have to do it one page at a time. All right. Now instead of calling them Ethiopians, now they calling them Guineas.
They are the Indians of Darien and of the entire coast of the Gulf of Uraba and Nombre de Dios of a color between tawny and yellow.
Hold on. I need to get this part right here, matter of fact. See if I can get this, see if it's gonna give me the chapter.
Ele sube ele.
Tripping.
LXVLLL.
Didn't give it to me.
Customs of the Darien.
Customs, okay.
They are the Indians of Darien and of the entire coast of the Gulf of Uraba and Nombre de Dios of a color between tawny and yellow. Although, as I said, they were found in Quarrica blacks as if from Guinea. They have good stature, few beards and hair, outside the head and eyebrows.
They are the Indians of Darien, or the entire coast of the Gulf of Uraba. That's really over there by the more of Colombia, and Nombre de Dios is basically Panama, of the color of tawny and yellow. Although I said they were found in Curricular blacks, as if from Guinea. They have good stature, few beards, and hair outside their head and eyebrows. See what else?
LXVLLL.
Dang.
Costumbres de iOS.
Oh man, no, just copy that. Crazy. Yeah. Crazy.
En especial
Read
las
it again
mujeres.
too. Crazy.
Especially women. They say that they take them away and kill them with a certain herb and nail powder like ants' carrot as they walk naked in Phenarai, mainly the heads. They bring their own stuff in a snail, cane or gold cane, and the companions from outside. The lords and principals wear blankets of algphodon, as well as kfatana, white and colored. Women cover themselves from the ribbon to the knee, and if they are noble, to the foot.
So we got three sources. We got three sources talking about these one people that's found in this area. Man, are they serious? Oh man, it's crazy. Hold on, because I want to bring up something within that area before I go to this next area. One moment. Okay, hold on. Matter of fact, let me put on a little bit. I was supposed to have that going anyway. What happened? Appreciate you still tapping in with me. We at the 240. I know I gotta get more organized with it. Gotta get more organized with it. Hold on, let me. Small commercial break. It's all good. Go on and pull up or roll up. Go on and pull up or roll up, man. While I try to shed some light, more light on this Panama and Balboa situation. Hold on. Before I really kind of jump into this other little Alright, I wanted to show this right here. This is coming from the Smithsonian magazine. This is coming from the Smithsonian magazine. And I'm saying that it's wrong.
The Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa first transported captured Africans to Panama in 1513. Around a decade later, the enslaved population began to flee captivity, first individually and then in groups. As the ranks of the self-emancipated grew, they conducted raids on Spanish cities and highways, to gain riches and to free fellow Africans.
Now, do you see that? The Spanish explorer Balboa first transported captured Africans to Panama in 1513, where we just seen that he found niggas over there in 1513. Now, if we look at this right here, which is, I found that was kind of crazy. Now, when we look at this right here, when we go to we go to 1513, it ain't no damn slave ships in this motherfucker. But the first slave ship, so-called, until 1514, in this big database that they got, that they is saying that you can go to the database and you can go find your peoples, and we can put it together. They saying we can put it together. So we ain't got no, which it's lucky that I had put that stuff on my video, because their website ain't even showing that type of stuff anymore. Hold on, let me go to this real quick, because it's on this build where we can see some of the first people that was transported to America, so-called, because as we see that the slave voyage, that's not going to be able to give it to us. So I see nobody go hit the link. It's all good. Let me clear that up out of there. It's already 1:30. So let me go to this. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, right here. I don't know what's up with the. I don't know what's up with the website, but the website is down. You know what I'm saying? I guess they got maintenance. So right here, this is supposed to be the documents. Just like we was reading in 1498, they saying that the black men come from the South. They saying these niggas just arguing me and saying, nah, these is the people that came with them already. And that's who they talking about. The people that already came with them already, because they already been over there since 1492. And he's saying, well, shit, nigga, you know, that's the third voice. You know, by that time, nigga, they done had the as far as the black people that they bringing with them, you know, that's not slaves, but they just basically, it's like shipmates. I guess they workers, but they not slaves. I guess they got contracts to work. I guess they are Spaniards at this time. They Latinos. So I guess they're trying to say, well, shit, don't look at this documents, because it's also there was people, the black people that was brought with them. So that's the type of shit that they saying. So we see from 1492 to 1501, it's only 2 black people, so-called, that get brought over here. That's African, so-called. And then we got in 1501, they brought over one dude, a free black man, Pedro. So they really wasn't bringing nobody over. So then in 1503, when Nicholas came over here, he had brought some black people, and that's a very small amount, because they really wasn't bringing no large amounts like that. They was bringing over small amounts, a handful, probably 20 at the most, because you see that he gonna put in the order or something for like 20 or something like that, and this is way before. So I know they wasn't doing no big orders like that before. Them niggas just ordering 20. You know what I'm saying? So it's an undetermined number of enslaved blacks, because it's already blacks within that area that they enslaving. As we looking at the documents, they not bringing over no blacks like that. So they talking about an unknown number, because they enslaving the blacks within their area. So yeah, the numbers is up. And that practical, that all of them have ran away into the wilderness. Who ran away that they brought over? Who ran away that they brought over? Who? Young Wine? Young Wine, but John the Black? That's what they brought over? What they brought over, the woman that started the hospital? What they brought over, the Pedro? Who else they bringing over? They ain't bring over nobody in 1502. So what, they got 15 foreigners over there that they allowed to stay over there. And then on top of that, he telling them to stop sending slaves, to don't send no more niggas, because the other niggas that we got over here done ran away. So don't even send no niggas over here. This 1504. Then we got, let's keep it going. So we got in 1505. They put in the order for 20, like I said. And then in 1503, they talking about, all right, it's 15 foreigners over there. So then they made a promise to send 100 in 1505. But they ain't saying they did. They just made a promise. Then in 1509, they prohibited foreigners and descendants of the burnt ones. So we got 2 to 3 times where they just stopped sending for niggas. Don't send no niggas. That's even before 1510. So there's our son like to say, yeah, Balboa wasn't even the first in Panama. Balboa wasn't the first in Panama. Balboa was the first one to penetrate the inland of Panama. At first, they was just on the coastal lines. They couldn't penetrate the inland. So now they not gonna discover the niggas that's over there. They didn't go far over there. They just got over there. They don't even know what all that's going on over there. The people that did come over there before them that put it down, they died. And then the person that got assigned to Panama before Balboa and them got over there, because Balboa and them was in Colombia, but they couldn't really bust no moves in Colombia. It was too thick. But the people that was in Panama, they got ran up out of Panama. They ended up going to like Nicaragua. They ended up going down there by the Yucatan. They got pushed way up there. They got ran up out of damn Panama. So then when they did get hurt, or when that Balboa was down there putting it down within the area that he's supposed to be running, he tried to go back down there and go put it down, but the niggas wouldn't even let the nigga off the boat. They wouldn't even let the nigga off the boat. It's within the same area that they saying this now. Hold on. What was the little thing I was just looking at? That wasn't there. That wasn't there either. What was I just peeping out? Was on this page? Yeah, that's what I was peeping out. So now we got the Smithsonian, which they was wrong. It's like the Smithsonian being wrong because when I brought up them with the Sir Francis Drake, they tried to change history. The Smithsonian, they tried to change history by saying, yeah, Sir Francis Drake did probably drop off some black people in America, them 300 black people. Because they trying to justify why is black Indians within those areas. See? It's always some type of shipwreck. It's always some type of a reason why it's black people over there within these areas, loose, running wild. They the ones that don't want to work. They the ones that's really tripping. They the ones that's fighting. They the ones that's got the Spaniards hiding, saying they need backup. And then on top of that, some of them is bringing the people in to where they can work for them. What are you saying? The Spanish explorer Balboa first transported captured Africans to Panama 1513. They trying to change the narrative right there. Now they saying he brought them niggas over there. Now they saying he brought some niggas over there that been doing this shit. That been carrying on incest war with the Negroes, with the natives. They've been warring with these people. What else they been doing? Right here. I gotta go to the other one doing. Hold on. Bring this back. What else they been doing over here that they saying they doing?
Balboa entered Corica. He found neither bread nor gold, which had been raised before fighting. However, he found and some black slaves of the Lord. He asked where they came from, and they could tell him or understand no more than that there were men of that color near there, with whom they had a very ordinary war.
The nigga asked the niggas, where these niggas come from? Niggas like, nigga, what you mean where they come from? Nigga, we just over here warring. We been over here warring with these niggas. What you mean where they come from? Nigga, they over here. We been having an ordinary war with these guys. All I can say is people that do look like that, that's over here in this area. So, look at this person right here within the Smithsonian. It's trying to say that he transported Africans to Panama in 1513. Now, I can see if they said 1515 once he got established and stuff like that, 1514, or probably, once he kind of got, you know what I'm saying, started developing the city and stuff like that. I'll say, okay. But now, he transported captured Africans in 1513. And around a decade later, in 1523, the enslaved population began to flee captivity. first individually, then in groups. And they conducted raids on Spanish cities and highways and gained riches and free fellow Africans, which we gonna see the Africans over there shining, wearing nice furs, tripping, starting cities. You know, pushing people back, starting, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. These Maroons. You niggas calling my niggas Maroons. Oh, they saying that these Maroons, they gotta be Africans. They gotta be brought over here. They calling these niggas Maroons. These niggas was found over here. They was found over here, man. Let's look at this. Hold on real quick. Let me kind of get this other little build going. Transition into that. Hold on. A member of a race of people who are the first people who live in the country before any colonists arrived. So they saying, nah, y'all niggas look like some Africans, so y'all automatically, y'all niggas ain't aboriginals because y'all look like them, so y'all came from over there. Y'all not originally from over here. Even though we are before any colonists arrived. See, that's where they running from. See, that's where they running from. Them niggas don't wanna. Them niggas don't wanna face that fact. You know, just like they didn't want to face this fact right here. You know, when they didn't want to face this fact right here, when I was talking about the people that was in the islands and they were saying that they was the brunette color, and they were saying that their body, from their chest and all their skin, was the color of brunette. This nigga is trying to push down people's throat that they talking about the color of their hair. Well, within the text, it was saying that which I should have had the page because it's within the book of the lives and voyages of Christopher Columbus. It's in the first voyage, where they say that the people is tawny and all that type of shit, and also saying that the people is a brunette color, and they can't get over this part right here. The brown. They can't get over that brown, man. It's like they can't get over the fact that before any colonists arrived, he was an Aboriginal. So when a nigga be hitting them with shit like this, where it's saying, shit like, however, he found in some black slaves of the Lord. He found. Let's go to the next one. He found Negroes. Let's go to the next one. The Spaniards found Negroes. Okay, well, I got rid of that. So they're trying to get past that, but they can't. You say the better term is in the Black Law Dictionary. See, I need to jump into that Black Law. You know, that's one thing that I did learn from Smoke Channel and the other channels. You know, they was digging into that Black Law shit, and you know what I'm saying, they got some good lists. I need to dive into that. Let me have a small commercial before I go into this next little. I appreciate you tapping in for sure. Hold on, no, because there's a couple things that I wanted to shed some more light on within these areas. To be able to show that black people was in these areas. Hold on. All right, so right here. So right here we got the history.com. You know what I'm saying? I guess it's like the history channel almost. You know what I'm saying? We got the history channel. And we're gonna see what these niggas got to say. Help establish the settlement in Durham. Leading the expedition in search of gold. He sighted the Pacific Ocean. And he opened the way later for Spanish explorers to conquest along the western coast of South America. So he sought to, so around 1500 he joined the Spanish explorers. He came over to Hispaniola and sought to make a living as a foreman. After falling into debt, he fled his creditors by stowing away. So he snuck on the boat, and that's how he ended up down there in Colombia. Nigga owed some money. So man, it was a group. It was a group that had went down there. It was a group that had went down there before them that had failed. You know what I'm saying? There was a group that went down there before them that had failed in that area, which I think is on my little video. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can go to that point within the story. Hold on, let's pull that up real quick, like. And that's another thing. Look at this picture right here, man. Come on, man. Them is niggas right there, man. It's in America. But let me keep it going. Hold on. Hold on. Tilly's in India, and merchant leaving no. And in the year 1502, one Alfonso went to discover the terra firma and followed his course till he came to the province of Yoruba. And it is said that they found the captain Lewis, and they together took land in the Isles of Codigo, where they took 600 persons of savages, and going forth along the coast, they entered into the Gulf of Yoruba, where they found sand mangled with gold, being the first that has brought to the king, Don Fernando. From this they returned to the city of San Domingo, laden with slaves, without victuals, because they of the country would not bargain with them, which grew to their great trouble and grief. Okay, I will be going back and forth from this. So as we see that, okay, they had went down there playing and stuff, and so-called got 600 captives and all this and stuff like that. That's why I say them was the ones that them was the blacks that they was taking back to the islands, and where they was so-called deep, where they was so, because in some of the stories you hear, they was deep. They had a whole bunch of slaves. It was hundreds, thousands of slaves here and there, whoop de whoop whoop. And as we see, we just went back and looked at, but we also looked at this right here. Let me put that back into the game. Hold on. Let me pull that back into the game. Where's that at? Pull it. Oh, yeah, here it go. Yeah, pull that back into the game. So we looking at right here, the transatlantic. It's only one down. Well, but they ain't even talking about nothing before 1514. So they can't. Well, I don't know how to. Well, I guess they're gonna try to say, well, when we go here to this website right here, which this website ain't up no more. You can't go look at the documents. Hope they bring it back up. I should have did the whole video on all that shit to we be able to look at it at everything. Cause they may be getting that changing shit. But as you see, during that whole time, we just looked at that going up to this point, that they ain't even bringing over nobody like that. As far as the blacks, they ain't coming deep like that. It's just a handful here and there, 20 at the most. Said he promised he gonna do 100. He ain't even saying that's just a promise. Then on top of that, they saying that niggas can't even come. They did it like 2 or 3 times that niggas couldn't even come. So niggas is trying to say, well, shit, whenever they was going down there, whenever that first person was doing that exploring, where we just got done listening to that dude that say he did all of the exploring or whatever. And that whenever he went down there exploring, he took the Africans that came with the Spaniards with him, and them is the ones that ended up over there in Panama, and that's why them blacks is over there. That's what they saying. So they saying right here, when they didn't even establish a colony, and we first to jump into this area right here next, they didn't even establish a colony right there. That's what Balboa and them was going down there to go do. They was going down there to go check on them guys. But them guys ended up being beat out. They ended up getting killed. Everybody ended up getting killed. But you see that they was taking slaves from this area since 1503 through 1508. But they never did establish a settlement. The first settlement within this area is Cartagena. That's established by somebody else. That's not established by the Spaniards. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, let me go to this other thing. So I was trying to make sure that I was on the right path of what I need to be doing. Hold on. Because there's one more thing with that canaries that I need to just go on and get up out the way, I think. I think it's something with the canaries I want to get out the way on this bill before I kind of get to going. And another thing that I thought that was interesting, since we was on the Canaries and I had came across this. The slavery in Cuba. Let's see what this say. Let's see this first part.
In Cuba, slavery began with the entry of Columbus with indigenous Guanches from the Canary Islands, along with the first African slaves that they used to exploit their labor or labor force, as well as the subjugation of our Aborigines or first Indo-Cuban inhabitants.
Now I just thought that was very interesting with them knowing that the Canary Islands is Africans, but also saying along with the first African slaves. That's the funny wordplay. That we got to deal with, and also subjugation of our Aborigines Aborigines or first Indo-Cuban inhabitants. And they say, the more that I've been kind of digging into stuff, they've been saying that them Cubans, them original Cubans resemble black people. But I'm going to do more into that build. But I just wanted to put that out there since we had talked about the Canaries earlier. And it was funny that within some of the Christopher Columbus writings, that he bringing up the Canaries, saying that they the color of the Canaries and they not black or white, and describing them as Canaries and stuff like that. But he got Guanches with him that's running down the people, because I remember reading within that book of the life and voyages of Christopher Columbus, they was talking about how the Algonquins, or the people from the Canary Islands, was swift runners like the people in the islands, and that they was able to catch them and stuff like that. So I thought that was kind of, that they was kind of funny that they would wordplay that like that. But let me get into this other little thing before I kind of really shut it down, because it's supposed to be 2:30 where I'm at. And I'm going to just go on and start the part 2 on this tomorrow. But I'm going to put out this little bitty last thing because I wish that I had a better way of presenting it to where I ain't got a lot of pauses, to where I can get straight to it. One moment to look at this real quick to make sure it is what it is. Okay, now what I want to bring up is I want to bring up this dude right here, which okay, I'm gonna go into this person because I kind of didn't want to skip the timeline so much, but it's all good because we stand within this area, because within the other timeline it's really more in Mexico. So I kind of want to deal with that a little different because I want to bring up some other Mexico stuff with that. So I'm kind of staying within this Colombia, Panama, and Ecuador area. That whole little corridor right there. I really do believe that them was the Black Mayans that got pushed back within South America, and they try to say within, now I was hearing people say, well, there's some unfound tribes in South America now. They ain't found some tribes in South America now that they ain't found since they been here since 1492. But then niggas is telling me that because some niggas came here with some slaves, some Africans in 1492, that they know that all the black people within the continent is from Africa because they brought some black people within a certain area. But still in the year 2025, they still haven't found certain tribes over there. And then on top of that, they were still finding black people over there in the 1780s. That's why I'm pressed about these niggas. I'm thinking that these white boys knew everybody in the United States. When these niggas just crossed the Appalachian Mountains in 1776, and my peoples was born in Florida in 1780. How the hell you know where these niggas come from? That look at shit. Hearsay. Nigga, where the facts at? Nigga, where the paperwork at? And then on top of that, these niggas was doing fake paperwork too. So we gonna look at it. So we gonna stay within this Panama and Darien area. And we're gonna get to this dude right here. We're gonna get to this dude right here. So let's look into this dude's story a little bit. Let's see what they're saying about.
Vallano also known as Vallano Urbino, was an African enslaved by Portuguese who led the biggest slavery revolts of the 16th century Panama. Captured from the Yoruba community in West Africa.
My bad, I got the nigga speaking Spanish, I'm tripping.
Vallano, also known as Vallano or Vano, was an African enslaved by Portuguese who led the biggest slave revolts of the 16th century Panama. Captured from the Yoruba community in West Africa, it has been argued that his name means idol. 1. Different tales tell of their revolt in 1552 beginning either on the ship en route, or after landing in Panama's Darien province along its modern-day border with Colombia. Rebel slaves, known as Cimarrones, or Maroons, set up autonomous regions known as palenques, many of which successfully fended off Spanish control for centuries using guerrilla war and alliances with pirates, or indigenous nations who were in similar circumstances.
The same story. This is the story that's gonna be pushed all the way to my peoples in Florida and Seminole. Now let's look more into this story. Let's look more into this. That happened? Come on now, that was crazy. So he's saying 1552. And I'm saying these people right here is really coming from the people that's already within the Panama area, but they justify this Colombia stuff. Hold on, that's wrong one trip.
Vallanos forces numbered between Vallanos forces numbered between Vallanos forces numbered between 4 and 1,200 Cimarrons, depending upon different sources, and set up a palenque known as Ronconcolin.
My nigga said 400 to 1,200. 400 to 1,200 coming off a shipwreck. He commanding 4 to 1,200 Cimarroons. And I think during the time for a period of time until, like, I want to say 1540, I kind of got to bring up that fact that annually they were sending 2 to 300 Africans annually, and that didn't jump up until the 1540s or 1550s. But in Panama, which we can look at this right here in the nombre de dos. Hold on, let me go to this real quick, and we're gonna get back to that. Hold on. So we right here, slave trade. Okay, so we're gonna go 1514. Where we at? 1552. So we got, I think this is the only one coming to nombre de dos. I think this is the only one going to nombre de dos. Everything else is going to Cuba, the islands, or New Spain. Now let's take a look. New Spain, Puerto Rico, Spain, Spanish America, New Spain, Veracruz, Spanish America, New Spain, San Domingo, New Spain, New Spain, Honduras, New Spain, in the Caribbean, New Spain, Veracruz. That's basically New Spain. And Yola. And I guess you got the ones they're gonna say that they ain't got no documents. That's where they went. Them niggas gonna say, well, shit, nigga, them was the ones that went to these places. They say nombre de dos. They say Cartagena. was the livest slave ports. That was probably after 1550s. But they say Nombre de Dos in Panama was the first so-called get down within the Central America. They say it's the oldest settlement within the Americas. It's the oldest settlement in the Americas. Because they ain't talking about the islands. They talk about in the Americas, on the land, on the mainland. It's the oldest settlement that you see that ain't nothing go to Nombre de Dos. Only one with the Nombre de Dos. Then I guess we got these gaps there try to justify. I guess we have to bust down these captains and see who exactly what was going on with them. But only one with the Nombre de Dos. But this is supposed to be the slave port. Is supposed to be the hottest, so-called the hottest. Supposed to be the hottest. So let me go on and bring that back.
Bayano's forces numbered between 4 and 1,200 Cimarrons, depending upon different sources, and set up a palenque known as Ronconcolin near modern-day Chepo River, also known as Rio Bayano. They fought their guerrilla war for over 5 years while building their community. However, the most important primary source, written in 1581 by Pedro de Aguado, devotes space to their religious life, and describes the activities of a bishop who guided the community in prayer, baptized them, and delivered sermons, in a manner that Aguado believed to be essentially Christian. 2. The Spaniards, with Captain Carreño at their head, managed to destroy Ralcalcolon and after a surprise attack managed to capture Bayano himself, who was taken by Captain Carreño to Governor Sosa, who was then in Nombre de Dios. The conciliatory governor forgave Bayano his crimes and robberies and signed a peace agreement with him, setting him free. It only served to allow him to continue his campaigns of robber.
So these supposed to be niggas straight from Africa. But I guess being described as the active of a bishop who guided the community in prayer. Now, I guess that was Pedro. Okay. Okay. So, he was forgave for all his crimes, all the killing. They set him free after, I guess these so-called stopped the money and did the rebellions, and these so-called got their slaves, which slaves at that time cost big money. And he just let everybody go. I guess they let them go. And I guess his peoples wanted to be Christians and stuff like that when they, so that's why I don't get, so they Africans coming off a boat, now they want to be Christians now, but I can kind of see that more of the people already being here are kind of being converted because that's what everybody else over here doing. So it's kind of like, all right, you kind of following, you probably got some kinfolk or something that them probably got turned out, and they probably kind of soften you up to kind of what's going on then, to where you done got captured, brought over here on a boat, and so-called forced to do something, and now you want to be a part of their religion. I mean, that's kind of hard to say that somebody just gonna be on board with that after being forced to do everything. You know what I'm saying? But let me go and keep this going real quick. There's some other stuff I want to bring up with this before we hit this 4-hour mark.
In 1556, the newly appointed Viceroy of Peru, the Marquis of Canet, commissioned Pedro de Ursua to attack and defeat Bayano. With few Spaniards willing to go on the expedition, the Viceroy authorized the conscription of criminals to bolster the Spanish forces. 4. Initial engagements favored the Cimarrons, who engaged in hit-and-run tactics to harass the Spanish. After reaching Bayano's main settlement, Ursua entreated under flag of truce. Ursua offered to free Bayano and his people and relocate them nearer to Nombre de Dios. After both sides agreed, Ursua proposed a feast to celebrate the occasion. Having brought a special poison, Ursua secretly drugged Bayano and his captains. When the leaders were stupefied by the drug, the Spaniards attacked, killing and capturing many Maroons. Bayano was captured alive. Many Maroons evaded the Spanish remaining at large.
You know, make it so crazy. You know, when I first started kind of doing these little reading things, and I was reading up on the dude that first discovered Canada and shit over there with the French dude, but he had came down to the islands at first to kind of, you know, they was kind of, it was almost kind of like these niggas was getting taught how to enslave and basically how to do the shit they was doing down here in the islands, so they could be able to do this in North America. So I guess it was kind of almost like a training. It was almost like a training. They would go down there to the islands. They'll take a boat down there, and they'll basically get trained on how to kind of move. And he was saying how that the priests, the Jesuits, them was the niggas that was coming up with the potions. Them was the niggas that had all the increments or whatever that shit was called, the increment drugs. All that little shit. They the ones that was fucking the people over. The priest, the holy motherfucker, the nigga that's running the church, the niggas that's motherfucking buying the slaves. The first business, the first motherfucker getting money over there. These niggas is have a celebration. It's like how they say, bring these niggas together. We having a celebration. It's all good for the spike these niggas drink. These niggas gonna get wobbly. We're gonna come finish these niggas off and take the women and children. That was the whole thing, is taking the women and children and keeping the suckers. And they did that in a lot of villages down there, and it looked like that they did it to the niggas that was part of the villages. See, this is all these stories. These is all the native stories. He got this one nigga so-called doing all this in 4 years. In 4 years, and they captured the nigga twice. And then make it so crazy. When them niggas was starting Jamestown, them niggas was moving the same way. When things get tight, Niggas, it's time to spike them niggas' drinks. So we can take control of that shit. And everything, that's their go-to move. Gotta finish this up because there's something else I wanted to bring up with this person right here.
Bayano was sent by the President of Panama to the Viceroy of Peru, who received him with curiosity to see who and how was the man who had remained for so long in opposition to the authorities, and treated him very courteously, sending him to Spain, where he remained until the end of his days in the city of Seville, maintained at the expense of the royal treasury for life. 6. Bayano's name has become immortal in the Panamanian consciousness through the naming of a major river, a lake, a valley, a dam, and several companies after him.
He got all that, and he an African. He ain't getting no spot over there in Africa. He ain't getting no nothing over there in Africa from how he put it down. Everything got named over here. He's supposed to be a Panamanian, huh? But they started Cartagena. So-called. We're gonna look a little bit more into it. It's like right here.
In 1552, King Bayano was captured in his village in West Africa en route to Panama along with several other people from the village where he ruled. While some sources indicate that Bayano traces to the Mandinka Muslim community of West Africa, another source indicates that he was of Yoruba origin. However, it is more possible that he was indeed a Mandinka king due to the fact that the Spanish and Portuguese first arrived in West Africa around the areas where the Mandinka lived.
I don't know what just happened. Hold on. Reported unsafe. That's wicked. Got the feds. Like I said, it's unsafe. What kind of shit was that?
Luck was on the side of King Bayano and the 400 captives when the ship that carried them sank very close to Panama, enabling them to escape. The freed Africans elected Bayano, who was already a royal, as their king and leader, and
Hold on. Luck was on the side of the king and 400 captives. So in the 1550s, had 400 people on a boat. Hold on, because that's kind of wicked. Hold on. Hey, what happened to the music? That's crazy. What's going on? I'm trying to show a ship from that time. So here we go. So they're saying a ship about this size. A ship about this size have 400 niggas. So if it was 400 niggas up on this motherfucker, you know them niggas had to be trained up. Them niggas definitely wasn't just freely running around that bitch, sitting down like them niggas on a cruise. I mean, niggas can't be sitting down like they on a cruise. If niggas just saying shit like this, hold on. If niggas is saying shit like this, that he was captured in his village. Nigga captured, nigga trained up. And what they say happened.
Luck was on the side of King Bayano and the 400 captives when the ship that carried them sank very close to Panama, enabling them to escape.
It sank. The ship sank. The ship motherfucking sank. Or was fist to sink. And these niggas is on the bottom of the boat. In chains, so-called. What I say about this shipwreck shit, man. That's to justify. That is to motherfucking justify that motherfucking bullshit. But I'm gonna shed some light to that shit because it ain't just me saying this shit. Hold on. Nah, it ain't just me saying this. Nah, it ain't just me. Let me go to the natives. Let me go to the natives that's saying the same thing that I'm saying. Hold on. Let me go to the natives real quick. Hold on. Let me go to the natives.
Or maybe you should start.
Okay, here we go. Now, I brought this up the other day, and it was interesting that the native is seeing the same thing And they saying that it ain't no paperwork for this shit. They just making the shit up. But peep this out though.
Sí, es con la... ¿Desde cuándo hay esclavos en México? Ese que... Morelos era negro. Vicente Guerrero. Sí, Guerrero. Juan Álvarez. Sí, ya sé eso. Los que hicieron la independencia. Sí, Vicente Guerrero. Sí. Y él aquí venía. Aquí tenía amigos. Su mujer era de aquí. De Guadalupe. Una negra muy bella. Sí. Entonces, la independencia en 1810 ya había negros. Sí. El embargo de 1940. Sí. Un siglo después, un siglo y medio. Sí. Además, tú sabes que los esclavos los traían en el barco con grilletes. Yeah. Si se hunde el barco, ¿qué pasa?
If the ship sank, what happens? They die. If the ship sank, what happened if they locked up and they at the bottom of the boat? That's where the water going first. They saying that them niggas escaped, and so they saying so these the type of niggas that done populated the United States. These is the niggas that was on the boat for 3 months, chained, and half the meat off their back was gone. They sleeping in piss and shit, throwing up. And when they come off a boat and they locked up, the ship sinking, they able to escape and control 1,200 niggas and be able to start a town and get locked up. Nigga got drugged, got locked up, set free. Then they sent the nigga to Spain to live on these niggas dime. They had to get the nigga up out of the motherfucking country. But this is the second one within this area. And the third thing about this area is they saying that so-called Sir Francis Drake so-called took 300 niggas from there and dropped them off in North Carolina. But there ain't no paperwork. Just like this dude right saying, it ain't no paperwork. Hold on, let them bring that back.
Muere. En 1810 ya había negros. Sí. El embargo de 1940. Sí. Un siglo después, un siglo y medio. Sí. Además, tú sabes que los esclavos los traían en el barco con grilletes. Yeah. Si se hunde el barco, ¿qué pasa? Se muere. Yeah. No pueden sobrevivir. No. Hay que sacarlos, ¿no? Sí. Entonces, es una bonita historia, es leyenda. Pero hechos históricos, no hay documentos históricos que prueben eso.
But there's no historical documents. There's no historical documents. They gotta justify why niggas is over here running wild. They gotta justify this to the crown. They gotta justify this to the people that's paying their dimes and paying their salary. And why is it niggas over there handling y'all niggas? Over there doing whatever they want to do. And this is the new world. In the old world, the niggas are slaves. You saying they over there, they owning big land and they got families. They over there got many wives and athletic warriors. Fearful, daring, brave. Some of the niggas look like the niggas in the Canary Islands. Some of these niggas looking like Ethiopian and Guinea niggas. This dude right here, like we're talking about some shit. Like
Porque además
1930s.
los esclavos negros que fueron traídos aquí entraron Veracruz. Sí, Veracruz. Ciudad de México. Ahí para acá. Esa era la ruta. ¿De Ciudad de México? De Ciudad de México. Era la capital. El gran mercado esclavista estaba en Ciudad de México. En 1537 hay una rebelión de negros ahí. Sí, pero cuando yo estaba en Ciudad de México, yo preguntaba, cuando yo quiero buscar dónde está afroamericano, yo pregunté a la gente de allá, dice no. Es que tú no sabes preguntar. Yo digo, ¿cómo preguntar? ¿Dónde están los afroamericanos, mexicanos mixtos, mexicanos morenos, negros? Yo digo todo. Nadie quiere ser negro. Yo digo moreno. Nada. Es señal de que eres pobre, de que eres violento, de que eres feo, de que eres agresivo. Nadie dice yo soy negro, porque eres malo. Todos queremos ser blancos. Así nos enseñaron. La cultura mexicana negra está abajo. Ráscale tantito y ahí está. Préstame astucia, por favor, para acá. El primer libro, la primera novela mexicana la escribió un negro. Luis Inclán. Wow. Su mamá era una mulata de aquí de esta zona. Sí. Claro, él no dice yo soy.
So I wanted to bring him up for the fact that that shipwreck shit, that shipwreck narrative, that's all throughout that motherfucker. He talking about some shit in Mexico. He talking about some shit in Mexico when they were so-called bringing niggas to Veracruz. From which we know that there was niggas in Veracruz from my last build, or for one of my builds. Hold on. I'm tripping, hold on. Bring this up real quick, hold on. So I can just show this picture. I just want to show this picture. I'm tripping. What am I doing? I'm doing too much. I'm over here perving. Man, get my shit together. Hold on.
As far as settling until.
Let me show this pic real quick. Damn, where the fuck? Hold on. Pick a Veracruz, huh? Okay, no, that's the other one. Hold on. This one. Here we go, right here. We got a black person right here. Also, these black people too. There's some Indians up in there. There's also some black people up in there too, right here. They're on the ground, getting smashed. They got my nigga on the ground for to get stoned by the horse. They got my nigga for to get stoned by the horse. Hold on. I'm gonna zoom in on my nigga. That's a nigga right there. That's in the Yucatan area. So when they so-called found this nigga right here, when they so-called found this nigga Guerrera, hold on. Hold on. Damn, okay. So when they found this dude right here, Juan Garado, damn, let me just, damn, I should just got my little video up. I can just show it, but it's all good. I can show it before you can always go back and go see it on the video. But whenever Cortez was going in to go, whenever Cortez was going in to go take Mexico, so when he first got to the Yucatan area, he had heard the Indians talking Spanish. So he had sent the motherfuckers out there to go see, okay, it gotta be somebody out here that's speaking Spanish because they speaking Spanish. But they sent a little word out or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So whenever they got the word to him, it was like, matter of fact, it was two of them. And what make it so crazy, just like I was telling the story about Balboa, when Balboa was down there, they was in Colombia, and on the other side, it was somebody else who was in the Panama, but he got ran up out of Panama. They got ran all the way up to the Yucatan area down in Nicaragua. They was way up there. But when they found out that Balboa was down there holding it down, he tried to go down there and try to run shit because he was supposed to be running this shit. He the one had authority over it. So he tried to come back down there and get his spot, but they wouldn't let the nigga off the boat. So whenever they sent the niggas back, this nigga was on the boat with the nigga that sit back, and the niggas ended up getting caught up in the storm, and you know what I'm saying, them niggas ended up being stranded on the motherfucking island, another shipwreck with this nigga and another nigga on the island that's African. So when the nigga is going back to the Spaniards the first day that he go back, so he with two other Indians. The Spaniards couldn't even tell the difference between him and the damn Indians. So I'm like, damn, how this nigga, if the Indian is, so-called look like, the Indians they saying today, the natives, how's this nigga being resembled to the Indians that's in the Yucatan area? They talk about the nigga had dark skin and shit. And that's with this nigga right here, the so-called the conquistador. But let me get back to this other nigga. This nigga Bonjour. They ended up coming over here in 1552. And it was in shackles. And the ship that carried them sank very close to the Panama. The Panama. To where they can escape. But they locked up, so-called. Now, it was something else. Hold on. Look at this.
It is from Panama that the word maroon originated. The word derives from the Spanish word cimarrones, wild ones, which is what the Spanish called the runaway slaves.
Panama is where the word maroon originated from. The Seminole. The Seminole. The original Seminole. That's being found by Balboa. Been having regular wars with the natives. They thought that they was Ethiopians that shipwrecked in the mountains. I mean, Gabanyoa shipwreck coming in on shackles. And this is even after where we got the Mexicans talking about the blacks, so-called. They say that the blacks, so-called, they said that the story is that the blacks came in on the ship on shackles, but shit, how's that? It's a shipwreck. There ain't no paperwork over here. But they saying they came from Veracruz. And then we got in Panama the word maroon originated. And niggas saying I'm tripping. Niggas saying nah. Them white people was bringing them over. But as we seen, that they probably had over in 1510, probably at the most 50. I mean, come on, we can look at this right here. We can look at this right here. We can say, all right, hold on. 15, to goddamn 1520. Man, we got some niggas going to the islands, man. Ain't nobody went down to fucking Panama. This is all the islands. How many people on here? You got 150, 125 got off. I'm tripping. You got 2 that got off. We got 23 that got off. We got 54 that got off. We got 8. We got 1. And them all going to Spain. So we so-called got 6 drops since basically since some niggas discovered them niggas in goddamn Panama. They ain't get no niggas up there waiting until 15, 16 if they did get some niggas coming from the islands. Man, hold on. Let me end with this one thing, man, before I shut it down. But I'm definitely gonna start this back up tomorrow for sure. But let me end with this real quick.
Throughout the colonial Americas, runaway slaves were called Maroons. The English word maroon comes from Spanish cimarron, itself based on a Taino Indian root. Cimarron originally referred to domestic cattle that had taken to the hills in Hispaniola, and soon after to American Indian slaves who had escaped from the Spaniards. By the end of the 1530s, the word was being used primarily to refer to Afro-American runaways, and already had strong connotations of fierceness, of being wild and unbroken, of being indomitable.
Okay, hold on, because I want to bring this up in the game. Moment. Bring this up in the game. We just got one translation.
In America, a black cimarron, or, simply, cimarron, was any rebellious or fugitive slave who led a life of freedom in remote corners of the cities or in the countryside, called palenques or quilombos. Later, in Cuba, the word jibaro was preferably adopted to refer to the Maroons. It also seems that the word maroon was almost never used with Native Americans who were fugitives from the encomiendas.
So you see how they try to say that it's not for the natives, but before that, right before that, it said that it was a Taino Indian root. The Taino. So we got one account saying that. It's saying was almost never for the Native Americans. As far as they're trying to make a difference as far as with the look. And hold on, let me see what it says about this right here. Okay. So I guess it's giving up another date. It's saying 1548, but let's look at it though.
As a result of the cruel way in which they were treated, the black slaves in Panama who escaped and went into the jungle, receiving the name of Cimarrones, carried out various uprisings against the Spanish colonial authorities, attacking the routes between Panama and Nombre de Dios, which seriously endangered transport and communication between the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean. In 1548 there was an escape of black slaves, who organized a government and recognized a slave named Bayano as king. In the same way, another group in 1549, headed by Felipillo, was organized in the Gulf of San Miguel. The colonial authorities under the command of Captain Francisco Carreño fought the Maroons, inflicting serious and inhumane punishments on those they managed to capture. Upon the arrival in Panama of the Marquis of Canet, Viceroy of Peru, he prepared to face the danger represented by the uprising of the Black Maroons. To this end, Captain Gil Sanchez was entrusted with directing a force.
So now they saying 1548, niggas started a government. You see the extras that I be talking about? Sound just like that, you right. You say it was action shotguns, was our guns? Never action shotguns, was our guns. What do you mean by that? Hold on. Oh, right. Yeah, that's crazy. So he arrested the nigga. So they still, okay, so we heard about that earlier. Once we did the same thing, sent to Seville. The Maroons cooperated as guides for the pirates. Memory, famous false Maroons, Frank. So it wasn't too much. I know, huh? And you know, that's what make it so crazy too, man, because nigga was reading that shit about the motherfuckers up here and shit, man. And, excuse me. When I had that argument with that nigga True Story, and this nigga was trying to say, was just trying to disprove that the niggas were slaves, even though that the niggas had their guns with them the whole time, and niggas was like, nigga, what slaves? Niggas moving around with guns and shit, a whole bunch, hundreds of motherfuckers, nigga, to where the motherfucking goddamn state, nigga, goddamn Arkansas, nigga, done sent a goddamn letter to the damn government to the president asking, nigga, what the fuck you got going on with these niggas? You know what I'm saying? Like, shit crazy, man. But, I'm fixed to go and shut it down, man. I appreciate everybody for this build. I end up going over the 4 hours, man. So we at the 4:30 mark, man. And I still didn't get everything out, man. There's still some more shit that I want to get out with this shit, man. So I'm gonna go through it, man. Try to have a better presentation tomorrow. I know I had some gaps, some pauses, shit like that, man. Hopefully I can get there better, man, throughout the game. But I appreciate everybody tapping in, especially Engine Radio, man. You get the star for the day, man. Straight up, player of the day, man. Player of the night, man. Sub of the night, man. Straight up. And like I say, man, if it's gonna push this MMA, which I don't know if what I'm gonna put on the first. I had put the little Mossy shit on there tonight because you know I've been going at that nigga and shit. Nigga got my motherfucking face and shit all on this motherfucking thumbnail and shit. So I was going at them niggas and shit, but I was thinking like Major, Maroon, American, Mini Maroon, American, Maniac, Maroon, you know, something with the M, that MMA. And start that going for sure. MMA V Note. That's how I'm giving it up. For the Maroon original, for the Maroon Americans. Straight up, they're being here. I was gonna put the OMA on there. I'm like, nah, that MMA, I gotta get some of that MMA down there. The MMA was hard, you know what I'm saying? It's like how the young niggas got their NBA shit. Nigga, we first to do this MMA shit on some Maroon American shit, nigga, talking big shit on the motherfucking mic, getting this info out, proving that this niggas over here, we getting the motherfucking ring, nigga, debate this shit, slamming niggas with this game, choking niggas out with this knowledge, punching niggas all in they shit, kicking niggas all in they shit with these motherfucking diamonds in the roughs and gold nuggets of information that niggas really can't deny. The only way niggas can deny is to be a straight buster. And that's how these niggas been moving, like straight busters. I ain't even gonna front. But we at the 4:30 mark. I'm finna get up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. Matter of fact, I'm gonna run this back tomorrow because tonight was an action-packed night. Everybody was out tonight. You had Smoke out tonight. You had Top Cat out tonight. Mossy out tonight. Had True Story in out tonight. Who else was out tonight? Everybody was doing a little something. And then my shit had fucked up in the beginning. I had to cut my shit off early. My computer was doing something crazy. I guess because I had too many tabs up on. I'm still learning. Trying to get through it. But just like I said, I appreciate everybody tapping in. It's your boy. And I'm up out this thing.